Welcome, everybody, to Flat Earth Nation. It is a Flat Earth Nation. Don't let them tell you anything else unless they're willing to debate you in a fair and honest way. Well, I'm going to be showing, like promised in the title, and no warning today, no 20-minute warning, hour warning. We're just going live right now. I've got Tommy from Texas here. And Tommy, what's with all these? You're the football expert. 3 games in a row where they win on the last play and the underdog comes through every time.
Right. I told you earlier, it's the changing of the guard. It's that time. It's happening. We're seeing it.
Well, what do you think about this? Is the change of a guard where we're getting a mass the underdog can do it, because we're the underdog compared to Russia and China for the first time in our lives. We're the underdog, and now more than ever. I mean, I've always liked the underdog. I think it's crazy, but enough football talk. Hallelujah! It took a minute, and there's already somebody watching. So I don't know if Luther. We're going to be studying that girl from Flat Fact, introduced to us today by
herself.
Yeah, by herself. She came on Tommy's show at 5:30 in the morning. We've looked at a couple of her videos, and they are super good. Look at that. Matt G's in the house.
Need to get her to contact us and come on our show.
That would be sweet.
I asked her yesterday to come on, or this morning to come on.
Right.
Put the link in. And she said, "Oh, go see my channel."
Right. So we're going to look at her channel, and I'm going to go all night long. I might even go catch a nap, but I wanted to have, because there's been so much going on in what John Levy says, in our little corner of the world, our movement. And broadly speaking, he's correct. And so I want as much time on the air. I know that Ella is streaming right now, reading articles about how to love one another. Maybe I should check in on that.
Say hola to her.
Yeah, right. And let her know I'm not trying to just
step on her.
Come in on it, because, this is all for, I'm going to let her know, that this is what the deal is. And then I'll go check that out. But that's the last thing I want to do, is try to, take her viewers. So we'll probably share that. But we are going to be going all night. And this is this first one is going to be from March 6, 2019, Mythological or True, the Lamb of Tartaria. And as you can see, you're in for some weird stuff, man. There's books on it. It used to grow off the plant and then eat everything around it, feed the plant, and be like, hey, look at that big Nephilim behind there. We don't know what's going on. But when I left off, there was all kinds of other stuff. But the tartan pattern, a lot to go on about. And I figured, why not? Why not? But in the meantime, we'll check out and see what Elle is doing. That guy, Tom Grossi, had over 10,000 people watching the game that one I was listening to.
Oh, really?
Over 10,000.
Christ. See, I didn't even like my own comment before other people did. You did nothing but cause trouble, Greg. And of course, Morgan likes to chime in and says you gave yourself those likes from your other no-name accounts. And Amy's likes to stop using the same slang.
What's up?
And it's not me. As I've said, I've got over 2,000 subscribers now. Don't you think they've been into this? Because I've made videos, I've made community posts to help get these videos reported. And Amy asked, why haven't you gone after other people? You just went after me because I had a channel. You went after me, So Morgan sucks up, and then he starts calling me a Morgan starts calling me a Jezebel, and he goes, "I do not apologize." Hey, once again, I'll show it for those that have got eyes to see. Oh, look, comment's gone. Oh, there you go. He did delete it, see? And he wonders why I said comments are gone. So that's the second comment gone. He goes on gossiping again. It's hard to watch at times. See, gossiper. Gossiper. Gossiping. So that comment, this one, has gone. Look, let's watch again. See? Where's the comment? Gone. I didn't delete it. Gone. There you go. So that's 2 comments gone. I don't know if it's YouTube or your moderators, but I've just proved to you 2 comments are gone. That's when he was attacking Tony. You have no right to attack anyone. None at all. You got no right. They will also no longer be able to bond with anyone because now they are totally self-sufficient in their own blown-up egos. The only true friends they will have are the people who will get duped into falling into their web of deceit and lies, where they will now become their mindless followers. These people will have all of their true friends leave them because no one wants to be around this kind of evil spirit and around these kinds of negative, evil, destructive personality traits. And the sooner or later it happens, the person completely fails and falls, as well as losing anything that is close to them. And this was all due to them allowing this kind of evil spirit to get inside of them in the first place. And from there, they blindly follow the evil spirit leadings to do what it wanted them to. I have seen this spiritually led play some people right over the edge of a cliff when they ended up losing everything. And this was because they were too blind and ignorant to see what was really going on behind the scenes in the spiritual realm. This kind of spirit is a master at setting up train wrecks and then orchestrating for them to actually occur with individual people, ministries, churches, and companies. This is why every single Christian church should be teaching their people the basic of true spiritual warfare in the Lord, so that they will have knowledge on how to combat these kinds of evil spirits. Again, the Lord has already given us fair warning when he tells us in his word that without his knowledge, his people will go into captivity and perish. The spider web analogy. When someone is walking with this kind of evil spirit deeply entrenched in them, they'll initially move and operate on what I call a spider web analogy. Just like a spider creates a web so that it can trap and prey so it can then devour them, the Jezebel spirit will start out in the exact same way once it moves into a certain environment to try and work. These people are very good at playing the good cop, bad cop game. They'll always start out playing good cop. Yeah, Greg was really nice to me. So he was just sitting there being nice, building up information to see what he can, in his mind, find what dirt he has on me. These people initially seem to have their act all together. They will know how to talk the talk. They will know scripture well enough so they can impress everyone with their high level of spiritual development. They will know how to smooth talk people and use false flattery to gain favor so they can start to work to get their claws worked into them. Before you know it, you'll be caught in their web. And then once they have you comfortably caught in their web through false flattery and deceit, they will start to attack you and try to tear you to pieces. There will be a charismatic, number 3, there will be a charismatic type of energy on the host. Another thing that helps people lure unsuspecting people into the webs is the amount of charismatic energy that are carrying them on them. When you initially meet these kinds of people, you'll feel a certain type of energy coming off them, and you will initially feel very drawn to them. You will feel like a moth being drawn towards an open flame. The charismatic type of energy on them will have a major drawing power to it. You initially may think it's presence of the Holy Spirit on them because they will be so good at sounding like they are very spiritual and that they are walking very close to God. I remember when I first started to see this type of drawing power on these people, I've myself been amazed that an evil spirit could emit this kind of energy off a
This
person.
fits the title because she's from
But it's
down
an evil
under
spirit
also.
attached is that you would be initially totally repulsed, repelled by it. You would not think humans could have this kind of drawing power with their evil natures and then be able to project it through their host. But some of these evil spirits do. And the Jezebel has this kind of seductive drawing power within itself. And from there, you're projecting the drawing power through the person it's living in. This is why the spirits are so successful over the years in bringing down individuals' friendships, all because they have the ability to draw people into their wellspace. Before the person knows it or realizes it, that they have been caught up in it, it then moves in for attack to either kill a person or to try and completely take the person out of commission or whatever their calling is in the Lord. And this will now take us right to the next caption.
I got it.
Likes to attach sharp intellect and attractive people when it can. As a result of having very seductive and high energy in its evil nature, this spirit likes to attach to sharp, intelligent, and attractive people when it can. Not that it won't attempt to attach to a less attractive person, but it'll make much more headway with what it wants to accomplish if it can find a physically attractive person, as it will always be explained below. On the 5 cases I've seen, 4 of them were women and the other was a man. And each case, each of these people were sharp, intelligent, and very attractive. I believe the reason this spirit likes to target these kinds of people is because it wants total control of everything. It just wants to be like the queen. It wants the throne for itself, and it does not want to share it with anyone else. As a result, they look for personalities that can help them climb to the top of the heap in whatever environment they are trying to work in. In marriage, if the woman is the one with the spirit, she will try to upset her husband's authority as the head of the household and will try to totally replace him as the spiritual head of the household. If the spirit is working in the middle of a prayer group, it will always try to work its way to the top so it can be the new leader of the prayer group. Sounds like Morgan. If this spirit is working within the church itself, it will try to work its way to the top to be the right-hand man of the pastor. From there, start to directly attack him so she can completely take him out and knock him right down out of his call of the Lord. You saw what Delilah did to Samson. I believe there was a good possibility that Delilah may have had this kind of a spirit operating in her. And although her very seductive charms and allure, she completely brought down the man with probably the greatest physical strength and anointing anyone had ever had with the Lord. And she did it with pure evil seduction. This is why this kind of spirit is so deadly, because it knows how to use seduction, especially a sexual kind of seduction, to get its way and then to eventually bring down the person or the ministry they have targeted. As we well know, many men are easily lured into the intellect or affairs of pretty women. Many have used the expression that some women know how to get men wrapped around their little finger. I'm sure most of you have seen this phenomenon occur over and again. Sex is a very powerful weapon. This is a kind of demon will always try and use whatever it can. This is why it likes to attach to attractive people whenever it can. It's because it knows it can use that person's physical attractiveness to draw people into its web. And this is why, since I've been baptized, I refuse to sleep with anyone. It's not that people haven't tried. They've tried. I've told them no. For 12 years, nearly 13 years, I have not slept with anyone since I was baptized. I went almost 2 years before I got baptized. And I got baptized. I went 10 years before making the choice of getting baptized because I knew if I stuffed up after I got baptized, that was it. I had to learn everything I was learning. You would think we'd all learn our lessons from the past with so many people being brought down by this kind of seductive game, and this same game has been played over and over and over throughout the centuries by these type of demons. But many people never learn from the past, and just as many people now fall for the same kind of game they did years ago. When you combine the power of this spirit has to emit seductive, charismatic type of energy off a person, then they'll attach to a person who is naturally attractive, sharp, and intelligent. You then have a very deadly combination of that spirit can work with to achieve its ultimate goal. And that goal is to get total control so that it can work to take down, completely destroy either a person, marriage, church, ministry, friendship, company, or government. 5, will always seek to be center of attention. Once the spirit has gotten into a foothold into the environment it now wants to work in, the next thing it will do is lure you into its web by playing the good cop, is to then start to always be the center of attention. And this is where you can really start to pick up on and spot the spirit in actual operation. We all have a natural need and desire for a certain amount of love and attention. We all need proper encouragement and attention, and not only from our parents, but as we've been raised up, but also from all our friends and loved ones as we become adults, as we all help each other in keeping up with our levels of self-confidence and self-esteem. However, when a person has this type of spirit operating in them, their need for attention and glory will be way off what would be considered normal. And this is when the spirit starts to get itself exposed to those around it. And this is how I spot it. I can see it a mile away in people. I really can. It will do everything it can to get the host to always seek to be the center of attention, with the ultimate goal in mind to being the top of the heap in what environment it is working in. Since these types of people usually have a charismatic energy flowing and operating through them from this very kind of evil spirit, they are initially be very good at working themselves up the ladder in the environment they are working in. With this kind of demonic energy operating through them, combined with their natural good looks and high degree of intelligence, these people will sometimes be able to easily talk and play their way up right the ladder. And once they have worked themselves up to where they need to be, the spirit will start to viciously attack and operate both barrels blazing. And this will now take us right to the next caption, which will take us into the real heart of how spirit will attack and completely undermine everything in its path. 6, will seek to infiltrate, attack, and undermine everything. This evil spirit will simply has twofold mission. Seek to infiltrate, and once in, seek to attack, undermine, and destroy everything in its path, taking absolutely no prisoners. Its goal is total death and destruction, plain and simple. If you are dating a person with this kind of evil spirit on them, they will try to get you to marry them, and until you do, it will be playing good cop with you the whole time, so it can continue to lure you to draw it into its web. But once you end up marrying this person, that is when the bad cop will emerge, and that is when all hell will literally break out of your life. Now, remember, he said in his last video he was married for 27 years, and his wife had hair and plaits or something, saying stuff about my hair and calling his wife one as well. I dare say he got it off his wife, or he got it somewhere else if he's still sexually active. If you are a true woman dating a man who is a physical abuser, many times he will not show his true colors until after you marry him. But once you marry him, that is when the actual abuse starts, when after he's gotten you totally caught in his web, with his web being actual marriage itself. If you're a man dating a woman who has this type of kind of spirit in her, she will say and do all the right things as you are dating her. But once you marry her, that's when the tables will be turned. She will start coming directly at you, trying to tear both of you and complete marriage completely apart. This spirit seeks to infiltrate the environment it wants to try and work in, and once it's in, it will set up shop, start attacking, undermining literally every single thing it can. The spirit is like an attack dog, and it will literally attack everything and anything it can, depending on how far the host will cooperate with its evil promptings. Here is the breakdown into some kind of the attacks you can expect once this spirit has gained a foothold into a certain environment. A will start playing major mind games. A will start playing major mind games. One thing I've noticed about this spirit is that it's very good at playing mind games and head games with people. It will know where your weak spots and jugular veins will be at, and the attacks will always be targeted at your weak spots so it can start to weaken and demoralize you, bring you down. It will come after your levels of self-confidence and self-esteem. It will come after your calling for the Lord. It will come after your specific personality traits, both good and bad, to see if they can convince you that you are nobody and that you will never amount to anything good and worthwhile in this life. It will try to make you think you are crazy and that they are the ones who have the knowledge and the wisdom. They will then try to make you feel inferior so they can gain the upper hand in the relationship, and that you need to be totally guided by them and dependent upon them. Jeez, I saw that in his video today. Don't trust men, but trust me, Before you know it, this kind of spirit can throw you into depression, along with causing a major confusion and indecisiveness. You'll feel disorientated and feel like you're caught up in a fog. In other words, this evil spirit will try to suck the life out of you and tear you down in every way in which it can, so you can no longer function in your calling for the Lord. The prophet Elijah himself was so distraught and depressed after coming into direct contact with the queen, this operating on her, that almost wanted to throw in the towel and quit until God strengthened him through the angel and then gave him a direct word. This spirit is very good at being critical and judgmental, and before you know it, it will have you believing in all the lies it has been throwing your way. And I don't believe him. I don't listen to any words. It hasn't hurt me. I got the full armor of God on. This is where you really have to know who you are in Christ, and that you'll never allow a person of this kind of spirit on them to be able to bring you down like they almost did with Elijah. Let this part of Elijah's story be a major lesson to all of us on how far this spirit will try to go, to literally try to get you to quit and walk out on God's calling in your life. I believe a lot of suicides we see may be a result of this spirit's evil influence over a person and the mind games it knows how to play with them. If they can do this with a great man of God like Elijah, then they'll be able to do it with some of us. I've personally seen several men over the years be turned into a heap of mush by women who were operating with this kind of spirit on them, and the way it was done by the mind games that they were playing with the men over a certain period of time. They just kept beating them down with verbal assaults, tearing their self-confidence and their self-worth in God, and they were doing it in their callings. By the time they got done with some of these men, many have lost their callings in the Lord due to the fear and paranoia that that's now oppressing them as a result of allowing this kind of spirit to get strong of the foothold into their lives and calling for the Lord. He will cause major dissension, strife, and chaos. Yeah. Another thing this spirit is very good at doing is causing a lot of infighting, backbiting, malice type of gossiping among the people that are caught in its web. This kind of spirit knows exactly how to cause major dissension and strife, even among the best of friends. This spirit infiltrates into marriage. It will have everyone at each other's throats. Children will be fighting abnormally among another. Each spouse will be fighting with another, as well as the children. The spirit is a major peace disturber, and it will cause all kinds of havoc and trouble in a family unless it's quickly dealt with and exposed. And that's why Morgan and I think Greg have a problem with me. If this spirit gets into the middle of the ministry of the church, it will again try to get people to start fighting with one another so it can ruin the harmony and the unity of the church. Same thing goes if the spirit gets in the middle of an actual company or corporation. It will try and cause as much strife and dissension as it possibly can, so try and bring down the entire division of the company it has targeted. I wonder how many companies have gone out of business over the years as a result of the destructive influence of this kind of spirit operating inside of their company. You walk into these environments where this kind of spirit is running rampant and unchecked, you can literally feel the negative oppressive energy in the air itself. 7 will go after anyone in ship position. Another major strategy, this spirit that is always go after those who are in type of a leadership position. Yeah, that's like, I'll show you. Right, in one of these 30 videos that he made, carrying on, Victoria said, I didn't see you make 20 plus videos on anyone but Ella, not even close, buddy. And he goes, I didn't see any of you stand for God. Those videos of her hateful, vile personality. And I said this, whoever is slow to anger has great understanding, but he who has hasty temper exalts folly. A soft answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. A hot-tempered man stirs up strife, but he who is slow to anger quits contention. I said, no, Greg, it's shown the real Greg S. You were filled with hate and anger. None of my videos last week were directed at you one bit. They were actually at Morgan. They were not at you. But you are so deluded and upset and assuming it's about you. I wasn't even thinking about you, Greg. It was Morgan and the other little trolls harassing me. Because that didn't work. The devil is now using you to attack me. Greg, I know in my heart, and I swear on my grave, I did not make those videos about you one bit. I even made a comment praying for you and tried to support you. You are one of the most deceitful people I've met here. You have been hanging around content creators' channels, then run them down, correct them when you feel they didn't understand the Bible in the way that you do, and you've taken it upon yourself to act on Jesus' and God's behalf. You are lukewarm and reaching out for help because your soul knows deep down in its body, your body has a lot of problems when it didn't need to. You are so naive and proud. You made videos saying I was attacking Victoria and others when in fact I had not. We were talking privately by email. So that in itself proves you are all full of hate and anger, jealous. Also, Greg, you should really stop while you're ahead. You are just making out of yourself in these videos. Prayers for you to see the truth and accept my apologies. I've said many times to grow up and move on. Bye, Greg. God bless. Lots of love and positive vibrations to help you heal. And Morgan goes on about me saying stock accounts. I hadn't even liked my own post, so I'll like it now. this is it goes after leaders, and Amy said the same thing, and Greg said he went after me because I have lots of subscribers, basically, he said. Searching the Truth is actually a bloke called Andrew, and he lives in New South Wales, and he's an atheist and is trying to understand the Bible and its ways. Found my channel, and now hasn't spoken to me in several weeks because of the abuse from Greg. So he's scaring Christians away by this behavior. This bloke said to me, "Why would I become a Christian when Christians carry on like this?" So that spirit has managed to scare away one soul. The titles of the videos and how he just stalks my channel, and he made so many videos. See, all of these were attacks. From here up were all attacks on me. See, he's getting attention here. When you start to expose them, they cry victim to get sympathy. I dealt with that spirit for 27 years. I know all about it. I'm so sick of these devils. Maybe the devil's living inside of you, Greg. Maybe it's you. It's not other people. You need to stop attacking other people. And sadly, I've tried to talk this. That's what I've said hello to him before. And sadly, now he believes Greg, and he's going to fall down in that trap. This will include pastors of church, youth ministries, worship leaders, leaders of prayer groups, Bible studies, husbands as the head of household, supervisors in the upper level management of different companies and corporations. If a man marries a woman who has the spirit on her, she will attack the man's authority as the head of the household and try to get the position for herself. If the person is working for the church, it will try and work its way up as far as the ladder as it can, so that it'll get very close to the pastor himself, and from there start working to bring him down, just like Delilah did with Samson. Pastors especially have to always be on alert for this kind of spirit. The spirit was always looking for a way to get a direct shot at them so they can bring them carefully down and destroy their entire church. I do not have to tell you how many pastors have lost their ministry over the years because they got seduced into having an affair with a woman who had this kind of spirit on her. Lust and adultery have brought down too many good men over the years, and women. It is all because they were under the seductive spell of this evil spirit. If this spirit infiltrates a prayer group, or a Bible study class, it will try to work its way to the top so it can be leader of the group. We've seen that. Once it is the new leader, it will start its attacks so it completely destroy the group with its false teaching, false prophecy, spreading false rumors about other people in the group, causing dissension among the people in the group, along with trying to poison the people of the group against whoever the leaders of the church are. The reason these spirits want to take out those in any type of leadership position is because it wants the leadership position for itself. It cannot get the leadership position for itself. It will try to completely destroy it, so there's nothing left. This is how some marriages end up in divorce, and this is how some churches end up closing their doors and going out of business. It is all due to allowing this kind of spirit to run rampant and unchecked in the environment for too long for a period of time. 8 will be capable of giving false prophecies, visions, and dreams. With this kind of spirit really hating all of God's prophets, it can only be expected that this spirit will falsely prophesy whatever it can. This kind of spirit is thus able to give its host false prophecy, false words, false dreams, false visions, all in an attempt to make its host look more spiritual than they really are. But it's also to lure as many people into the web that it can build up its own base and following. Since this spirit is operating at a higher level of intelligence than most other demons are, you really have to closely examine any words or prophecies that the host will be getting. If the spirit host is falsely prophesying under the spirit's guide, the Holy Spirit will show you where the errors are, so you can separate a true prophecy from the Lord and one from that's coming from this evil spirit. This is why all prophecy has to be judged and properly discerned. You have to determine where it's really come from, as Bible warns about false prophets being among us like wolves in sheep's clothing. 9 runs in tandem with a mocking spirit. Another very interesting thing I have seen occur in several of the cases I was allowed to watch and observe is that the spiritual runs in tandem with what is called a mocking spirit. As we have explained before, when the head chief demon is such as a chase spirit moves in, inside the body of the person, they will usually travel in groups, and they will thus have numerous other demons under their control and authority. One of the underlying lines to the J spirit will be that it will be called a mocking spirit, otherwise known as a blocking type spirit. Its job will be to cover for the Jezebel spirit and try to distract people from figuring out that the person really has a spirit, J spirit, on the inside of them. Many deliverance ministers have first come across this mocking spirit when trying to deliver someone from the J spirit. This spirit can actually be quite funny and comical at times. It has literally made some deliverance ministers laugh right in the middle of our actual deliverance. This spirit will try to distract you and get you off center so you do not stay too focused on trying to get the J spirit out. This mocking spirit will make fun, make light of, make jokes about anything and everything, and it's quite funny and comical when it does. When it moves in operation ahead of the J spirit, it will try to take out the sting of some of the evil things that will come out of a person's mouth and actions. So many people get very quickly appalled when they see these evil traits start manifesting through a person's personality. However, do not let this mocking spirit fool you with its dark humor and jokes. Operating behind is probably one of the most evil spirits of Satan's demons. 10. Especially hates prophets, prayer, and spiritual warfare. Another very obvious thing with this kind of spirit is absolute hatred and disdain for anything to do with spiritual warfare, prayer, anything to do with God's true prophets. This spirit hates all of God's prophets, just like the Queen J did back at the old T. And it also hates anyone who is actively involved with spiritual warfare in the Lord. The reason it hates the two types of people is because prophets and those well trained in the area of spiritual warfare are their greatest threats. Prophets and those who are trained in the area of spiritual warfare can easily spot and pick up when they come across this kind of spirit, and they will then know how to get rid of it if the person is open to receiving an actual deliverance. And that's why I was trying to help Morgan. I can see it. I've been trying to help him. Greg's just not listening. He doesn't want help. If you want to test a person to see if they have a J spirit on them, just bring up the subject of prophets and spiritual warfare and watch how this spirit will well up with anger and disgust. And from there, we'll try to change the conversation to something else. You will hit every nerve every time you do this with this kind of spirit. So there you go. If you want to test it, try that. The spirit also hates any form of prayer to the Lord. It also knows our prayer life with the Lord is what keeps us in the center of his perfect will for our lives. This is why it loves to infiltrate and attack prayer groups of any kind, so it can attempt to prevent people from staying close to the Lord in their own personal relationships with him. Of course, if we're fighting with them, we're distracted and we're not doing our usual Bible studies, my channel isn't a Bible study channel, but my channel is a history channel. I will occasionally share Hi, how you going, everyone? Right, the Holy Spirit will show you where the errors are so you can separate a true prophecy from the Lord and one that's coming from this evil spirit. This is why all prophecy has to be judged and properly discerned. You have to determine where it's really come from, as Bible warns about false prophets being among us like wolves in sheep's clothing. 9. Runs in tandem with a mocking spirit. Another very interesting thing I have seen occur in several of the cases I was allowed to watch and observe is that the spiritual runs in tandem with what is called a mocking spirit. As we have explained before, when the head chief demon is such as a J spirit moves inside the body of the person, they will usually travel in groups, and they will thus have numerous other demons under their control and authority. One of the underlying lines to the J spirit will be that it will be called a mocking spirit, otherwise known as a blocking type spirit. Its job will be to cover for the Jezebel spirit and try to distract people from figuring out that the person really has a spirit, J spirit, on the inside of them. Many deliverance ministers have first come across this mocking spirit when trying to deliver someone from the J spirit. This spirit can actually be quite funny and comical at times. It has literally made some deliverance ministers laugh right in the middle of our actual deliverance. This spirit will try to distract you and get you off center so you do not stay too focused on trying to get the J spirit out. This mocking spirit will make fun, make light of, make jokes about anything and everything, and it's quite funny and comical when it does. When it moves in operation ahead of the J spirit, it will try to take out the sting of some of the evil things that will come out of a person's mouth and actions. So many people get very quickly appalled when they see these evil traits start manifesting through a person's personality. However, do not let this mocking spirit fool you with its dark humor and jokes. Operating behind is probably one of the most evil spirits of Satan's demons. 10. Especially hates prophets, prayer, and spiritual warfare. Another very obvious thing with this kind of spirit is absolute hatred and disdain for anything to do with spiritual warfare, prayer, anything to do with God's true prophets. This spirit hates all of God's prophets, just like the Queen J did back at the old T. And it also hates anyone who is actively involved with spiritual warfare in the Lord. The reason it hates the two types of people is because prophets and those well trained in the area of spiritual warfare are their greatest threats. Prophets and those who are trained in the area of spiritual warfare can easily spot and pick up when they come across this kind of spirit, and they will then know how to get rid of it if the person is open to receiving an actual deliverance. And that's why I was trying to help Morgan. I can see it. I've been trying to help him. Greg's just not listening. He doesn't want help. If you want to test a person to see if they have a J spirit on them, just bring up the subject of prophets and spiritual warfare and watch how this spirit will well up with anger and disgust. And from there, we'll try to change the conversation to something else. You will hit every nerve every time you do this with this kind of spirit. So there you go. If you want to test it, try that. The spirit also hates any form of prayer to the Lord. It also knows our prayer life with the Lord is what keeps us in the center of his perfect will for our lives. This is why it loves to infiltrate and attack prayer groups of any kind, so it can attempt to prevent people from staying close to the Lord in their own personal relationships with him. Of course, if we're fighting with them, we're distracted and we're not doing our usual Bible studies, I don't usually, my channel isn't a Bible study channel, but my channel is a history channel. I will occasionally share a few short Bible passages or things to cheer people up, lift people up, or if I see this sort of stuff, I mention it and share stuff. It's not a biblical, ministry channel. A couple of times I've heard people say they called it a ministry channel. It's not a ministry. 11. Will occasionally expose itself from a photo. Another amazing thing I've seen occur with this spirit is what seemingly wants to let its guard down when the host is having their picture taken. Every once in a while, what will happen is the spirit will literally manifest right through the person's face and eyes, and then it gets captured by the camera. You will thus see a real live spirit captured in the actual photo itself. I don't know if this spirit is doing it just to flaunt itself or if it just wants to see what it looks like through the person's face, but it's been quite amazing how often it actually happens. I remember the first time I captured one on a photo, you were able to see it partly into the personality through the person's eye. I think I've seen it. I'm not sure, but I think I have. What I saw was not only pure evil and pure hate. I saw an old ancient spirit with a high degree of intellect and cunning in it. You could also see that it had a very seductive quality in its personality and that it would use that seductive quality to lure people into its web so that it could eventually eat them up alive and devour them. You could also see that this thing has absolutely no mercy in its personality and it will kill you in a second if it could do so. This thing is as creepy as it gets. 12. The host will usually not know they have this kind of spirit in them. The saddest thing about these types of cases is that most time the host will not know that they have this kind of spirit operating on the inside of them. These people never feel it moving on the inside of them, nor do they ever hear it is trying to talk to them. The spirit is very good at hiding behind the scenes, but yet at the same time getting the host to do exactly what it wants them to do. The reason these people are usually clueless is that the spirit is operating on the inside of them because the spirit is so smooth and cunning in a way in which it operates. This is why the spirit will try to fill the person up with as much pride as they can, so these people will be totally incapable of admitting that they could even have had this kind of spirit in them in the first place. This is how well deceived these people are and how well the spirit has played them and manipulated them during the entire time it has been on the inside of them. As a result, many of these types of people will never receive the true deliverance from the Lord. And this is all because they have too much pride operating in their personalities, which will prevent them from admitting that they could ever have this kind of spirit operating in the first place. in the final part of this. Yeah. So I really think you should leave me alone, please. You know, just being a narcissist, and you, I don't really care what you say about me. You are projecting all of your behavior that you feel deep down inside of you. You're screaming out for help. You're not quite sure about the Bible, and you think you've got a grasp of it, but you're not quite sure, and you think your word's right. So you're starting to push your word onto everyone else. You know, you only have to look at your videos, and all you do is just attack. There's nothing about, you know, praise or anything. Oh, I had a great talk. It's always about you. It's always about you, you know. I am, I may, you know. He doesn't need you to do this, you know. You're so bored in your life that you got nothing to do other than sit on the internet and attack people, which is really sad. You really need to get a life off of YouTube, really. That's what you need to do, you know. It's really sad. Please give this fella some love. Is a good fella, but needs a little guidance. I am unable. Maybe others can get through. See, this bloke just ignored you and blocked you. And then you went on to the next person, probably. So you keep saying, don't listen to man, not a man. And yet look what you're doing, you know. Do not trust any YouTuber. That includes you, Greg. Hey, here's you again. Beat you. Hey, what, you upset that you don't get money because he was black? You claim a victim because you got bashed by the cops and you had drugs planted on you? When I get a bit of money, I'm going to pay and get your criminal history. I got your full name, all your details. You have it on the internet. That's so silly of you. You doxed yourself. Now you're picking on this man, Kingdom and Context. You know, Alan needs to be careful because you're just sitting back waiting to attack Alan. You're stalking Alan. That's Tommy. Same as Webb Danubi. Webb, I'm warning you, Webb. He is going to come out and attack you one day. He's sitting and listening, just waiting to find anything he can, right, to attack you. See how he goes over after people. It's just absolutely sad. You know, at this time of this, we were emailing each other, you know. I can't even see these comments. And watching a pathetic attempt at those with eyes of seed. This was actually directed at Morgan. It wasn't even directed at you. See, this is how crazy you look now. And you refuse to watch the private video I sent to you trying to explain it all because you're so pig-headed. Also, I want to know, do you call yourself Big Pig Slapper because you bash pigs? Is that why you have that name? Are you a big pig slapper? Do you go around bashing pigs? What's the reason you have your name like that, hey? Are you taunting the police? I saw a lot of videos about King County police station. So is that what you're doing? Is that what you're doing, Moses? You're trying to be a big pig slapper?
Yeah, man. What you trying to do to me, pig slapper?
Don't you go away. Leave me alone. Just block me.
Block
Go
it.
live your life, right? And just leave me alone, okay? So I said today, your channel has been reported, and guess what? I took a screenshot. This was put up specifically for you when I saw it. Social media giants, sexual predators, and online bullies have been put on notice with Australia's E-Safety Commissioner granted greater powers to police the internet. The Online Safety Act, which passed in Parliament, officially came into effect today. Changes include to the act include a world's first cyber abuse takedown scheme to better protect children and adults from online bullying. So guess what?
Oh, man.
And some person said the act is null and void when it's not. So it means, right, that anyone that bullies my channel is going to be reported. It has been reported. I have been waiting for this day, this law to come into effect. Come Monday morning, hopefully YouTube will get the email. Give it a couple of days, and let's see how much of a let's see, what's the word? I don't know. Hopefully your channel's gone, basically. It doesn't matter if you're in America. No matter where you are in the world. All over the world. It's great. You're a world leader. See? No matter where it's hosted. See? So both of you are on notice. Greg and Morgan, you're both on notice. Bye-bye. Have a good... Okay, so that's that one. So, yeah, I mean, I don't put up with this kind of bullying. I've never put up with this sort of bullying. I've had it my whole life from people. And you picked the wrong person to have a fight with, Greg, really. Okay. What one is it? I think it's this one. This one. I haven't done this one yet. Yeah. He needs, like, Morgan needs to forgive those who harmed him. And I have been praying for him non-stop for the Lord to touch his heart so he can just, deep down in his heart, forgive those who have hurt him. From when he was a child, he's got to go right back all through that pain. I did it myself, and it was so hard, I've had many suicide attempts years and years ago. I know what he's going through. It's just really hard. You don't have anyone there, no family. You feel like the whole world's against you. You've got no job prospects. You don't have connection with your children. I understand what he's going through. That was me, as I keep saying, like 23 years ago. After I had my daughter, I had a massive mental breakdown, My daughter ended up going to my father for a few weeks, and I raised her until she was, when she started school, 4.5, 5, and then I had another nervous breakdown. And, I know what he's going through, he just won't accept help, and I really do hope he will accept help. So check out this one. This is pointing out Greg's hypocritical lies. He's made another video today. I knew he would do this, so I spent yesterday afternoon making a few videos pointing out where he is a hypocrite and the lies. Yeah, I knew it was coming because he just won't stop. Looking at the previous behavior of Greg, this is Greg's job basically daily. If you look back, he starts the video and says, I don't really want to do this, but I've got to do it. The Spirit's telling me to. And a spirit wouldn't be telling you to do that. No spirit of God would be telling you to attack fellow brothers and sisters in Christ. They would be telling you to pick up the phone or write them a letter or go and visit them and have a private one-on-one talk to them. So he is changing the gospel, preaching to people, telling people they shouldn't listen to no man. Listen to the words out of his own mouth.
Word of the gospel to believe. All right. I'm gonna put my own slang to this. All right. Peter, he heard Mark.
So he's changing God's word, but it's okay for him to change the word when it suits him.
About it. Dude, all right, dude, didn't you hear? God's already made his choice. Don't remember, Peter's the rock. He's gonna place the church up, start a church up. Right? And let's go to verse 8. And God, which knoweth the hearts, bear them witness, giving them the Holy Spirit, even as he did unto us. And put no difference between us and them, purifying their hearts of faith. Now therefore, why tempt ye also themselves, exhorted the brethren with many words, and confirmed them. After they carried their space, they were in peace, brethren. Chose Silas and departed, being recommended by the brethren unto the. You see what you see? You got to pay attention to the word. Men are recommending. Men are choosing. Somebody that walked and talked got me pondered. Well, yeah, robbing Peter to pay Paul. What's all that about? What's all that about? We got to study.
I think that old saying goes, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Peter.
Just looking at it. Oh, that's just. Wouldn't he tell it precisely? My story ain't changed the first time I had introduction with police. Every detail is the same. Third time, whereupon, my story ain't changed the first time I had introduction with police. Every detail.
So he's had an introduction with the police, eh? So here he is again telling people in the other video not to listen to man, right? This is what he's been going on for 12 months. Don't listen to man. Don't trust man. Don't listen to YouTubers, right? YouTubers are all, out for themselves, blah, blah, blah. Listen to what he says.
I did want to say this. It's a something.
You say that at the start of every video. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to say this, but you do. You do want to do it because of your pride.
Be followers of me. I'm of Christ too.
Be followers of me?
I praise you, brother. Remember me in everything you do.
Remember him in everything we do? Why do we have to remember him in everything we do? Why do we have to trust this man? Hey, why do we have to trust this man?
You got to keep them, just like I've told. God bless. Oh, wait. That's right. Them ain't my words. That's what Paul.
But that's what you just said. You just said it, Greg. Out of the words of your mouth. You just said it.
That's right. I mean, people thought I was a little bit big-headed for saying that.
Yep.
And people start thinking, damn, he is. God bless. Them are Paul's words, not mine.
No, but you said it out of your mouth. You said it.
Paul, this is all right.
Maybe that's God telling you not to go live.
Good morning, brother and sister. Stop. Okay.
God's telling you to stop.
First of all, I ain't going nowhere until God lets me know 100%. I'm done here. I was using the title as the
Clickbait.
subject of this video and the subject that I'm studying. No, I defended the got proven wrong.
Really? You got proven wrong. Jeez.
I defended his second coming. Got shown wrong.
Wow. Do you think you might have a little bit of pride there? Just a wee bit little pride? Too much pride?
I defended Paul. Now I'm starting to see stuff that don't add up. But the time since I've up to 4 to 5 years, I've been glorifying the Lord. And
4 years you've been at this, hey? 4 years, great. Don't tell me you think you know what I believe. Don't ever preach your beliefs onto me. Don't ever assume you know anything about me. And Greg, leave me alone. I don't want to know you.
I'm still a man. I'm not immune like other people are.
Smart ass.
Um,
That's because we have the full armor of God on, you know.
met some people and we're 100% agreement on a lot of stuff up until now. As I started questioning Paul, then I realized that's when people will say, farewell, I don't want to do with you.
It's because you're a bully. You get argumented. You are a manipulator. You're a narcissist. You have a Jezebel spirit. And you just won't stop attacking. People don't want to engage with that. The only type of people you are going to get to engage with you are like-minded people.
I trust God. I trust God came in the flesh, preached, teach, died for our sins, buried, resurrected in the flesh on the third day, and returned in their generation, just like he said. I believe 100%.
That's beautiful that you believe that. That is just fantastic. So why don't you start to do what Jesus wants everyone to do and stop being so egotistical, prideful, rude, obnoxious, annoying, boastful, man. You're scaring people away from Christ. You really are.
But if I don't trust Paul, they don't want nothing to do with it. But I trust Jesus.
It's not you, Greg, as I said. It's the way you are using Bible, God's word, to attack fellow Christians. God is going to punish you for this. I care about you. I do. I really do care about you. And it's so sad that with your pride, you are so full.
And what popped in my mind just a little bit ago, there was a fella that turned from God, said there is no God.
Probably because you scared him away and said, if this is how Christians behave, I don't want to have anything to do with Christianity. People like you scare good people trying to find the Lord away.
He still wanted. And I'm not saying this because I don't want to damn want to.
You get off on it. You feed on other people's energy. You love it. That Jezebel spirit inside of you loves it. Do you really?
A man will diss God. Says no, there is no God. He's a liar. They swarm him with love and kindness.
Probably because of your behavior and trying to get him to see there is a God.
I say I don't trust Paul. Farewell. So you trust Paul over the Lord Jesus Christ.
And it's really good that you finally worked out who Paul is. I've known this for 30 years. You could have come to me without your attitude But my channel isn't a Bible channel. My channel is a history channel.
My Bible is a Bible channel. Come on, man. Where's the Bible? Let's get to the Bible. You know, it's all about Apostle Paul for me. So anybody that goes against Paul is going against the Bible to me.
And you assume that I keep trying to be a Bible preacher and you need to fix me in my ways of teaching because you feel it's not right. But no, my channel isn't about that.
You diss a brother because I don't trust in man. You diss a brother because I put my trust in the Lord Jesus Christ.
No, they dissed you because your attitude pushed them away.
Well, as long as I got Tommy here and a couple of others, at least 8 others, I'm going to go ahead and start with the other lady from down under. And especially if I can finish that one about the history. Now, I'm showing that I had 9 going there, but this is...
Absolutely.
I didn't even know that's online, because this is a very unorthodox version that the Mayans came from India. You know, like
What you were taught in school is just a version of reality. It may not be the only version, or the best version, or the most accurate version. Professor Christopher Nyerges. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. I think this quote by Professor Nyerges is most appropriate for the story of the Lamb of Tartaria. We all know that things can get lost in translation over time, and from language to language. The Lamb of Tartaria, a real thing that somehow over time led to it becoming a myth with what I find to be the most bizarre description. I also have some interesting link-ups between the presumed mythological Lamb of Tartaria, the Scotsmen, the ancient Hebrews, the Indians from India, and the Indians from South America. So what is the Lamb of Tartaria? And my question, could the sacrificial lamb in the Old Testament be, in fact, this Lamb of Tartaria? And it is described metaphorically, as Jesus Christ is also described metaphorically as a sacrificial Lamb of God. First, I will read a description said to be authored by Henry Lee. It's an excerpt from a book written in 1851. In a place called Scythia, in the land of Tartaria, it was said to grow a tree of miraculous form. There groweth a sort of fruit, as if it were gourds, and when it is ripe, men cut it asunder, and they find therein a beast, as if it were of flesh, blood, and bone, as if it were a little lamb with wool. And men eat the beast, and fruit also, and sure.
What I try to do in situations like this is I try to imagine what type of a organism, mitochondria type, or maybe one of the small, helpful parasites. What are they like? They do some pretty weird things. And how would you describe it? But this could be a plant. I'm not sure.
It seemeth very strange. This story was later embellished and had the beast, the lamb, linked to the plant by an umbilical stem, so that it could browse on nearby vegetation. And when all the vegetation around the lamb plant was consumed, the lamb died. The story is often supported by the assertion.
I'm just saying it's like it could be like the tree of life, and there's only the lambs, there's only so much good soil that they can eat from. There's a lot of ways these mythological things can be interpreted, but this is a good one.
The Baramets was a Tatar word meaning lamb. Henry Lee quotes from another source, a French book of about 1357, which is purported to be the recollections of travel stories from classic and medieval times of that English knight, Sir John Mandeville. Though the official narrative of today declares that the work of Sir John Mandeville was actually a compilation of stories put together by a Benedictine monk, and it is assumed that this monk never travelled further than his monastery's library. The source Henry Lee quotes from has a very long title, The Voyages and Travels of Sir John Mandeville Knight, wherein is set down the way to the Holy Land and to Jerusalem, and also to the lands of the Great Khan, and of Prester John to India, and divers other countries, together with many and strange marvels therein. I don't think he would get a book with that long title published today. For many centuries, the Lamb of Tartaria was considered to be a myth, and depending on which official historical document you read, some say it is still a myth. The Lamb of Tartaria was considered a mythological zoophyte, that is, a plant that is half animal and half plant, or plant-like animal. Other historic accounts document that this legendary plant was introduced to England by the knight Sir John Mandeville in the 1300s, and a specimen of this legendary zoophyte is said to be found at Lambeth Castle in Britain. This castle is still in existence to this day and still bears the name Lambeth Palace. The specimen held at Lambeth Castle was an upside-down fern, which was either a mistaken attempt to identify the sheep plant or an outright fraud. The specimen at the castle is Cybotium barometz, the golden chicken fern or woolly fern. It is a species of tree fern native to parts of China and to the western part of the Malay Peninsula. The fern's woolly rhizome was thought to be the inspiration for the mythical vegetable lamb of Tartaria. There is mention of a similarly described plant animal in Jewish folklore as early as 436 CE. This creature, called the Jedua, Jeduah, an alternate name for the barometz, was like a lamb in form and sprouted from the earth connected to a stem, and those who went hunting the Jedua could only harvest the creature by severing it from its stem with arrows or darts. Once the animal was severed, it died, and its bones could be used in divination and prophetic ceremonies. Are plants' bones used in divination and prophetic ceremonies? This is a grossly misunderstood translation of the text at one time. It is a plant. Plants can be analysed now to determine and discover things. Our medicines come from plants. In a portion of the Talmud, in the Mishnah Kilayim, there are creatures called the Adna Hasti, which literally means lords of the fields, and they are regarded as beasts.
All right, I guess we're back. I don't know how long I was gone there. That says 7:15. FINDAP is Latin. It was Flat Earth Nation de Area Paterita. So the de Area Paterita, which meant Golden Age past, but the past took on kind of like the Praetorian Guard past to symbolize the rod of iron that God was going to rule under. But everybody had such a hard time, you know, with the De Area Praetorita. I just changed it to Flat Earth Nation Golden Age Past. And the rest was like, you know, it just took off from there. Golden Age Past. Everybody liked the ring of it. And so I'm going to continue sharing. You know, I just spent an hour, I dropped in on and mirrored Sister Ella for, you know, quite a while. And now I want to, you know, introduce you to another lady from, and I just don't know how much you got, but so that's 13 minutes ago. Oh, I see. You were asking Tommy. Yeah, for a while there, I was FinDap and he was FinGap because I was trying to keep the FinDap thing alive. So, hey, QB, we're just going to go ahead and I'll show you this channel that we were watching. Mythological True Lamb of God. And since, you know, I'm going to go to, so that's the one we watched. How many videos does she have?
Billion, trillion, billions, billion, trillion, billion, trillions of orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs, orbiting. A flat fact. A flat fact. The realm. Do you know what the realm is? A story we agree to tell each other over and over till we forget that it's a lie.
Scary.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Antique 3D without special glasses. These are 3D stereoscopic images. There exists, if the official historical narrative is correct, millions of these types of images. They are viewed with a stereoscopic viewer like this or this. I cannot confirm as a flat fact there are millions of these 3D stereoscopic images, but if there is, just in the photographic genre of antique 3D alone, that is a lot of finely made glass. A couple of years ago when I was researching the video Giant Cameras and Giant Photographs, and that apparently impossible photograph of Sydney that was found, I came across many of these side-by-side photographs. I segued into these 3D historical images for a time because you just don't get to this tech without evidence of getting there. And yes, there is a great deal of evidence. If we look a little further beyond, if we think upon the lateral, we might see more. For example, this piece of furniture is dated around the 1530s. And it is a beautiful piece, and also hides an image of a man and a woman. You have to view from the top to see them. It is called the Zimmer.
Now hold on, are you kidding me? I see them already.
anamorphosis. Then we have the Hands Holbein painting called The Ambassadors, with the strange shape in the foreground of the painting that revealed itself
I've done
to be
shows
a
on this.
three-dimensional skull in view from the side. This painting is also dated around the 1530s. In the 1530s, the artisans are thinking and creating in anamorphic. How much more of this outstanding skill set, this hidden anamorphosis, is still waiting to be discovered, waiting for us to notice. So back to the future, back to the 1800s, to our side-by-side 3D. You may have seen these images turned into an animated GIF, an attempt to show the...
Those are called oh my goodness. Linta something.
21st century humans, what historical 3D looked like.
I used to have a mind like a steel something.
But if you've ever been able to see 3D, you can see that these are not 3D. And you could probably make one. I had thought, what if I turned them into anaglyphs, which are images transformed like this, which you need 3D glasses for. But this option at the beginning, there are millions of them. But, as synchronicity would have it, while I'm looking for something else this afternoon, I came across this. How to see 3D without glasses. So it's about 5 hours later and I'm putting this video together. 3D glasses for. How much more of this outstanding skill set, this hidden anamorphosis, is still waiting to be discovered, waiting for us to notice. So back to the future, back to the 1800s, to our side-by-side 3D. You may have seen these images turned into an animated GIF, an attempt to show the 21st century humans what historical 3D looked like. But if you've ever been able to see 3D, you can see that these are not 3D, and this is not how the images were intended to be seen. You might be lucky and have one of these antique stereoscopic viewers. They are still around, and you could probably make one. I had thought, what if I turned them into anaglyphs, which are images transformed like this, which you need 3D glasses for. But this option, while it would be 3D, it is still not how the images were intended to be seen. I thought, what if I made them compatible with Google Cardboard? Lining the images up for Google Cardboard would give us a 3D image very close to how they were intended to be viewed. These options still require the purchase of equipment, inexpensive equipment, especially compared to an antique stereoscopic viewer. The antique stereoscopic slides are not of a standard format, so this makes it difficult to program an automated process of transforming the images for viewing in Google Cardboard. And as I said at the beginning, there are millions of them. But, As synchronicity would have it, while I'm looking for something else this afternoon, I came across this. How to see 3D without glasses. So it's about 5 hours later and I'm putting this video together. Not only can I see these antique stereoscopic slides in 3D without glasses, I also watched a few Google Cardboard videos in 3D without the Google Cardboard device. This is the first antique stereoscopic image I saw in 3D without glasses. An 1800s 3D image of a triumphal arch. Seeing this in 3D is the reason I've stopped what I'm doing to make this video for you. I find it difficult to comprehend that the people at the time did not know this, and perhaps they were meant to be viewed, like I'm going to show you. So how do you see it? Well, firstly, as I've mentioned in previous videos, I've found the people before were not a stupid or an impatient people, so not giver-uppers. You may get this in 10 seconds, it may take a couple of minutes, or you may need to spend some more time, more practice. This type of viewing is considered aerobics for the eyes, and optometry uses stereoscopic 3D home vision therapy eye exercises to train smooth fusional divergence, central and peripheral fusion, oculomotor functions, and anti-suppression. I will leave a link to a video, and the description box of that video explains more. I won't use their example. I have an easier example. And then I have prepared some antique stereoscopic slides for you that I edited for beginner mode. I think this image is a lot easier. Thanks, Reddit. When you're successful, you will see a third image in the center. And this will be 3D. It will look a little like this, except popping out from your screen in 3D. I've been successful with this image on the laptop, my 90cm monitor, and my phone, although it is very small on the phone. Listen to the instructions first. You will need to pause the screen. Look at the black dot and cross your eyes until it becomes one black dot. As soon as this happens, you'll be there. Try to see the third image in the middle, and then boom, 3D. You can slowly relax your eyes back to normal and still see the 3D. It is very small on the phone. Listen to the instructions first. You will need to pause the screen. Look at the black dot and cross your eyes until it becomes one black dot. As soon as this happens, you'll be there. Try to see the third image in the middle, and then boom, 3D. You can slowly relax your eyes back to normal and still see the 3D. If at first you don't succeed, try again. I can flip very quickly now. It is easier with a black background, so here you go. Choose your adventure. You can either pause the video now and have a go, or watch until the end and get inspired as to whether you could make the effort. So as I said, this is the first stereoscopic slide I saw in 3D without glasses. I found it much easier to see the 3D if the background is black. So these next images I prepared for you a little earlier for the purposes of training. I've kept them all the same size and desaturated the sepia color so that they are grayscale. You will again need to pause each of the images. So how did you go? Please comment and let others know how long it took you, and if you figured out any tricks that were successful for you, and share your tricks, and keep trying if you don't get it. There is much hidden in the corner of our eyes. Knowing it is there and then training ourselves to see it will reveal much. Billion, trillion, billion trillions of orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs, orbiting. A flat fact. A flat fact. The realm. Do you know what the realm is? A story we agree to tell each other over and over till we forget that it's a lie.
At the third stroke, it will be 9:50 and 10 seconds. At the third stroke, it will be 10, 27 and 10 seconds.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome. Gods and Monsters at the Time Apocalypse, Chapter 3, Stargates of the Blind. This video will also not be brought to you by a magnet, and today I'm going to show you why. What does a gnome know? Today I'm going to show you a couple more of my discoveries. You know, discoveries, finding things already there, in your face, the whole time. From the moment I realised the little/huge anomaly in the time code a few decades ago to where this time apocalypse has gone has been very unexpected. Profoundly unexpected. I've come to understand that the before people, the older ones, had an intelligence far beyond us. The time apocalypse is the lifting of the veil. The lifting of the veil of axioms. An axiom is something that is self-evident. Self-evident things we are not seeing. Right at the end of my last video, Chapter 2, I dropped an end screen and I didn't say anything, I just left it there. So if you watched till the end, you would have seen my little teaser. I've discovered some ancient technology that is still working, and even some of the broken ones are still working. And upon discovering this ancient working technology, I also rediscovered many lost secrets of the Freemasons. I discovered their lost books. Not all the pages of the books, but I know where the books are, and I know what the books contain. And you might have heard of a character in Freemasonry called Hiram Abiff. Apparently his big secret was lost upon his assassination in ancient times. Until now. So these are pretty big claims. Well, I will be cueing the epic music at the epic moment. I made a number of discoveries relating to time. I have not published this particular discovery anywhere, so y'all will be the first to see it. In order to make the discoveries in these chapters, I realized many years ago that much I learned was a do-over. A do-over. Gods and Monsters. So where would you put the craft of Freemasonry? These secret societies with repeated rituals, allegedly descended from the mystery schools of ancient Egypt. Much has become urban myth about Freemasons. The Freemasons in my research have shown nothing to do with construction of buildings. This is not their craft. This is not what their rituals are about. It did not take much research of the Freemasons and their documents to discover this. Their craft is speculative. And I will show you that they don't know what their rituals actually mean. I call these structures stargates of the blind. Left by the older ones, these structures are built in various locations around Earth. And they're called different names.
If anybody knows who this is, let me know. I know that she said on Tommy's show this morning that she was the 80th subscriber on my original channel. And I thought it was Edna, but that she's number like 86. And plus she's mad at me.
In different locations and countries. Archways, triumphal arches, gateway of the gods, portals. Some people have imagined that they could be portals to other worlds or dimensions. I'm going to summarize the most important points and in layman terms as much as possible. This is an archway, and this is a keystone. A keystone, also known as a capstone, is the wedge-shaped stone at the apex of a masonry arch. The keystone is a significant symbol in the York Rite of Freemasonry. In Masonry, Hiram Abiff is known as the inventor of the keystone, and its significance was lost upon his assassination. Well, the keystone is the central stone in an arch, and it holds all the other stones in place. And if it's removed, the arch crumbles. Since this fact about the keystone and its purpose in construction is well known, this cannot be the lost information of the character Hiram Abiff. So when was Hiram Abiff assassinated? There are a great many theories as to his timeline. The story of Hiram Abiff is stated to come from ancient times, and Hiram Abiff is considered the central figure in Freemasonry. So we ascertain from their writings that the significance of the keystone was lost in ancient times upon the assassination of Hiram Abiff, and the keys to deciphering the keystone were lost. The keys to deciphering the capstone were lost. Lost means not found, which also means they don't know. Until now, I've discovered the significance of the keystone. I found the keys. I know where their lost sacred books are. I don't know what all the pages say, but I know where they are and I know what they contain. And the flat fact of the matter is, those keys and those books belong to all of us. They are our inheritance. The keystone is the central stone of an arch, and we have structures left on the ground and artwork of arches that either once existed or perhaps were planned to be built. Some are incredibly beautiful, not built by a lazy, stupid, or an impatient people. Some of them have been moved to other locations, which in itself is a monumental task. Some of them have grand historical stories. This section is from Wikipedia. Little is known about how the Romans viewed triumphal arches. Pliny the Elder, writing in the 1st century AD, was the only ancient author to discuss them. He wrote that they were intended to elevate above the ordinary world. An image of an honoured person, usually depicted in the form of a statue with a quadriga. However, the designs of Roman imperial triumphal arches, which became increasingly elaborate over time and involved a regularized set of features, were clearly intended to convey a number of messages to the spectator. What messages were they intended to convey? Pliny states, if the translation is correct, that they are intended to elevate above the ordinary world. Corbin Dallas on Stolen History did a post on these structures. I'll post a link to Corbin's post in the Wikipedia narrative. I had about 3 pages of text written just on the historical narrative before I came across his post. Corbin Dallas states the issue in a short and concise way, so I'm just going to quote him. Corbin Dallas says he's been looking at these structures for some time. I quote, "One of the hardest puzzles to crack they are. There is essentially no valuable information to be obtained via searching for a triumphal arch." He continues, I quote, "We are led to believe that these arches are decorative buildings meant to please an ego. I struggle to find another structure which in its conventional state would be as worthless as these arches. In Corbin Dallas's opinion, these arches serve no practical purpose, serve no defensive purpose, not easy to build." End quote. Up until I discovered what they do, I had concurred with Mr. Dallas's opinion. The top search for triumphal arch is the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. This is Google Earth Pro for Windows, and it's a freebie. Zooming in on Google Earth to the location, the arch is here. This is the 3rd video I've now mentioned that will not be brought to you by a magnet. In my opinion, using a magnet is like looking for love in the wrong place. That has made people's minds a little bit lazy. Google Earth is lined up to magnetic north. So how about I just move it around and line it up with the sun's east and west? Hello, do you see what I see? Let me show you. I see this. See this cross in the roads? The crossroads. Paris is of the olden ones. I have a criteria. If what the olden people left on the ground or the evidence in the sky does not agree with the encyclopedic, historical, or archaeological record, the record is wrong. There are many researchers looking for the olden ones' ancient tech, but thinking of tech we understand, we need to think like them. So while the historians and the encyclopedic books of authority have told you they were built to commemorate military triumph with elaborate stories of kings and rulers and their conquests, not one of them, the encyclopedias, historians, nor any archaeologist, Freemason, or even an architect worked out what they do. I'm going to let the Arch of Triumph in Paris show you what they do and tell you what they are. Ladies and gentlemen, today I present to you undisputed proof of astoundingly beautiful olden day technology still working, and even some of the broken ones are still working. Remember I stated our ancestors were patient people? A people who were not lazy or stupid. No magnets, no electricity, just cleverness. Cue the epic music. Not that one. This one. Simplistic gloriousness. That short clip was a simulation I made because there are no videos showing the events. How is their purpose not recorded in the historical record? People have taken the odd photo. Oh look, the sun is shining through the arch. They took a photo and went on with their day, not giving it another thought. These arches show a great deal that will require a rewrite of the narrative. And this video will only be a summary. They are the gates of the sun, the triumphal victory of the sun, stargates, time portals of the days, years, months, and centuries. And at one time they were measured by the people whose job it was to measure. They forgot. Everyone forgot. As Pliny stated, they were meant to elevate above the ordinary world. Every single one of these arches, if they are in the original locations, will be working like this. 2 times a year, the sun will rise directly in the center of the arch. But also, if you go around the other side, you will see the western view and the sun set in the center of the arch 2 times a year. 2 sunrises and 2 sunsets. 2 times a year. Every archway with a single arch will need to be re-examined to determine whether the central arch measures the 2 equinoxes or the 2 solstices, or whether the arch has been moved by the people who forgot what they do. After I realized what they do, after I asked the right question, then the answers seemed to be everywhere. I'm still confounded as to why the flat fact that the arches across Earth are time technology is not common knowledge, considering the really big clues were there all the time. This is how you can see and measure the degrees of the sun. This is what has been passed down to us. This is what they taught. And at this point, it doesn't matter what you think or what you believe. These videos are about the time apocalypse. Our counting of time comes from the olden ones, and the olden ones did not measure time by some imaginary vantage point outside, but from what they witnessed with their eyes. They also believed that God created the world. He was the creator, the great architect, the everlasting poet, and that this was the Son of God, the King, and this was the Moon of God, the Queen of Heaven. Ladies and gentlemen, I see we come from greatness, a people of great skills, a people who thought in poetry and art, geometry and mathematics, with a bit of cipher thrown in for those paying attention. These structures are not hidden under a bed.
Edna's
They're
mad
not
about,
hidden in secret locations.
she's mad
They
about
are
women
monumental.
preachers or something, but
They
she's
built
been
these
mad
extraordinary
before. Don't worry about
stargates
Edna.
earthwide, these time portals to last for a very long time. And who do you think they built them for? For us, for all of us, their descendants.
I'm going to take
Do
a
you
little
think they
break
could
from
have
now, but I'm
possibly
going to let these
imagined that their
videos play.
descendants would look upon their great works like dumbfounded monkeys, while we watch them and other important works crumble to dust? Groups of stars into animals, people, and things. Many of the arches still display an anthropomorphic depiction, the figure of a man, sometimes a woman, riding a chariot with a quadriga of 4 horses. The encyclopedic books of authority tell us that this anthropomorphic depiction stands for Sol Invictus, unconquered sun, who was the official sun god of the later Roman Empire and patron of soldiers. We see this on tokens from the past, on paintings, mosaics, and sculptures. Let me put this into the layman terms of us who are now awakening from the modern dark ages. This is a depiction of the sun and its 4 positions throughout the year, 2 equinoxes and 2 solstices. The statues tell you what the archway is about. It's in the name. This is the Arch of Centuries in the Philippines. The Arch of Centuries was originally erected around 1680 at Intramuros in the Philippines and was formerly the original entrance to the University of Santos Tomas. After World War II in the 1940s, the university transferred to its present location at San Paloc. The arch was relocated and carried piece by piece and was re-erected at the present plaza Intramuros in 1954. Notice, originally this Arch of Centuries was at the entrance to a university, a place of learning. Let me translate this from the older one's language to the language of us. Arch of Centuries, measuring the arc of degrees of the centuries of the sun. If the dates are correct, for 318 years, this arch measured the years of the sun into the centuries of the sun. And in the 1940s, people who didn't have a clue of this arch's important purpose moved it. Very unfortunate. It's in the name. This is the Janus Arch, also known as the Gates of Janus. Janus means archway in Latin. Janus was the Roman god of gateways and beginnings. Janus is depicted as either having 2 faces looking in opposite directions, or sometimes 3 faces. The letter J did not exist in the Latin alphabet, so Janus could also be read as Janus or Janus. There is a lot of encyclopedic information about Janus. The Black Sheep researcher Paul has presented a number of videos with detailed research on what he's found out about Janus. You will see he sensed in his mind that understanding Janus is important. I'd like to point you to his channel and his research on Janus, as well as his other videos, especially the videos on the Great Vowel Shift. This archway of Janus has 4 sides, 4 facades, 4 faces. The east side, the north side, the west side, and the south side. We're taught to remember and repeat north, south, east, and west. But of course, this description has to do with magnetic bearings, not the sun. And remember, the time apocalypse is not brought to you by a magnet. East, north, west, and south. ENWS. It is important to remember that they started at east. And in our timeline, the path of the sun's journey is east, north, west, and south. As of writing, the sun is just about to enter the position of the March equinox 2021 at the 0-degree equator equinox latitude. The true and correct first day of the year. Happy New Year. So, ladies and gentlemen, what do you think the arches with 3 archways might be measuring? I take this opportunity to introduce another forgotten thing. While I am quoting dates, please understand that I do not think these dates are correct. A reminder, an axiom is something that is self-evident. A self-evident thing is a flat fact, a truth, not a piece of philosophy or a theory. Let me introduce you to the axiom of Maria, which is attributed to 3rd century alchemist Maria Prophetessa, also called Mary the Jewess, sister of Moses, or the Copt. I will summarize and you can fish for more in the links. The axiom of Maria is a precept in alchemy. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, and out of the 3rd comes the 1 as the 4th. The axiom served as a recurring theme associated with alchemy for over 17 centuries. That's 1,700 years. The axiom of Maria was taught in the sciences. And then, somewhere in time, no one remembered what it meant. Carl Jung philosophized that the axiom of Maria was, I quote, a journey from the state of undifferentiated wholeness to a consciously realized and experienced state of differentiation and unity, all within the same being. This final state is, of course, a paradoxical experience, the ultimate paradox upon which the individual process is based. It can also be seen as a consciousness experience of the self. No, not philosophy, Mr. Young. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 3, and out of the 3rd comes the 1 as the 4th. The axiom of Maria is the sun's position 4 times a year. It's in a name. The Arc de Triomphe du Carrousel is another arch located in Paris, and not coincidentally on the exact same road as the first arch I showed you at the beginning of this video. The Arc de Triomphe du Carrousel is stated to be built between 1806 and 1808 to commemorate Napoleon's military victories of the previous year. This arch has the depiction of Sol Invictus and the 4 horses. We also see on this arch an extra 2 anthropomorphic human depictions, so this makes 3. 3. A trinity. The archway has 3 arches. The central arch should measure the sunrise of the March and September equinox. The arch of the northern side will measure the June solstice, and the arch of the southern side will measure the December solstice. Whether these 2 exterior archways still line up with a plumb line directly in the center will date the archways and will give us information. Remember chapter 2 in the Tropicus drift of the solstices? The Arc de Triomphe du Carrousel Then the sun made a circuit from the March equinox to the June solstice to the September equinox to the December solstice and then back to the March equinox. You know this too. Circuit, circle, circus, carousel. The translation from the older one's poetical language to the awakening us's, the arc degrees of the circuit, the carousel of the triumphal Son of God. This is the carousel de carpentis, the carousel of the carpenter. Who is the carpenter? The great architect of the universe? The son of a carpenter could also be called a carpenter. In the writings of Max Heindel, titled Freemasonry and Catholicism, I quote, "It is said that Jesus was the son of a carpenter, but the Greek word is tekton and means builder. Arch is the Greek name of primordial matter. It is also said that Jesus was a carpenter, a tekton himself. It is true, he was a tekton, builder or mason, a son of God, the grand architecton." End quote. Notice in the writings of Max Heindel, he states that arch is the Greek name of primordial matter. Do you think I've showed you all that they do? Could there be more? Yes, there is. Of course there is. I have one more arch to present in this chapter, and I saved this one for the last. By the historical writings, we see the significance of the keystone was lost upon the assassination of Hiram Biff in ancient times, and we see nowhere in the encyclopedic record is their function as time portals identified. Nowhere. Yet, we have the triumphal arch at the Pan-Pacific World Exhibition. Many of you will probably have seen much about these world exhibitions and perhaps even investigated this particular world exhibition. The historical narrative states that the Panama Pacific International Exhibition was a World's Fair held in San Francisco, California, United States from February the 20th to December the 4th, 1915. These constructions were more of a complex than a solitary triumphal arch. The complex depicts the nations of the East and the nations of the West. In modern English, when we think of nations, we think of countries.
I'm going to step out for a little bit. You moderators take over.
The nations of the East and West at this complex are the movement of the sky. All that remains of this stunning architectural complex are photographs, including the photograph of the arch being destroyed. I'm going to read the inscriptions on the arch, remembering that it is written that Pliny said they were meant to elevate above the ordinary world. And as I stated at the beginning, not one encyclopedic narrative or the historians or archaeologists discovered their function as time devices. The Pan-Pacific Exposition is declared to be in the year 1915. World War I started in 1914, so they're having a world exhibition to showcase the world, and people from all over the world have turned up to showcase their stuff and building gloriousness in the middle of a world war. Anyway, let me read the inscriptions on this arch. On the left inscription we read, "They who know the truth are not equal to those who love it." The inscription on the right reads, "Our eyes and hearts uplifted seem to rest on heaven's radiance." Big clue there. And the inscription in the center reads, "The moon sinks yonder in the west, while the glorious sun behind the herald dawn appears. Thus rise and set in constant change those shining orbs and regulate the very life over this our world. The moon sinks yonder in the west, while the glorious sun behind the herald dawn appears." What time of the year will you see the moon sink in the west, while at the same time the sun appears at dawn? Can you work it out? Those shining orbs and regulate the very life over this our world. Regulate. What does regulate mean? Interestingly, the only place I found a reference to this word was in a slang dictionary. Slang dictionaries, the dictionaries of the language of the people. Regulate, a combination of relate and recall. Let us regulate the archways. No longer will there be stargates of the blind. The archways are time technology, a visible axiom, a flat fact. Time portals, built to last for generations of descendants to continue their magnus opus, their great work, to continue measuring. Why would the ancestors go to such great lengths to measure? This video has gotten a wee bit long, so I shall have to continue in chapter 4. Thank you for watching. Much love to you all.
Billion trillions of orbiting snowballs, orbiting. A flat fact. The realm. Do you know what the realm is? A story we agree to tell each other over and over till we forget that it's a lie.
At the third stroke, it will be 9:50 and 10 seconds. At the third stroke, it will be 10:27 and 10 seconds.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a Flat Fact channel. Gods and Monsters, the Time Apocalypse, Chapter 2. This video will also not be brought to you by a magnet. The delay in the release of Chapter 2 was after feedback from Chapter 1. As I mentioned in Chapter 1, there are no cartographic maps in existence that show the correct timeline from the oldest maps in the 1500s to the latest maps. What do I mean by cartographic maps? Maps that are marked with the equator and the tropic latitude. From a comment, this app says the sky is in the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn, but this program says the sky is in the Tropic of Gemini and Sagittarius. I programmed with astronomical code for decades, and computer-generated applications are exactly that. Computer-generated. Programs are written by a person. We need to compare the sky with that computer-generated information. The old maps are about the sun and what constellation the sun is in 4 times a year. I'm going to show you historical resets, but in order to do this, we need to understand how the olden ones are measured time. And indeed they measured. The olden people did not measure time, the path of the sun, moon and stars, by using some imaginary vantage point outside. They measured by what they witnessed. So first we need to know where we are in time. Where is the sun's location now, from what we can witness? Let me make this clear. The solstice and the tropic latitudes are the same points. It's a bit like the circle and the word round. 2 ways to describe the same geometric shape. The solstice and the tropic latitudes are at the same time and the same place. So let's ask Google a question. What constellation was the sun in December 21, 2020? December 21 is on or around the solstice. The answer, of course, is Sagittarius. Try yourself. Now let's ask the same question about the June solstice. What constellation was the sun in June 21, 2020? Taurus, ladies and gentlemen. For some 2,000 years at the June solstice, the sun has been in the constellation Gemini, and it just recently moved into Taurus, the first constellation to begin the lineup for the age of Aquarius. And hardly anyone noticed. We will ignore for this example that Taurus is now at the tropic and solstice latitude at the June solstice. I made some new graphics, hopefully to make this a bit clearer. The sky and the age of Pisces. We have Sagittarius and Gemini at the solstice positions, and Pisces and Virgo at the equinox positions. The sun does not travel up to the North Pole, nor does the sun travel down to Antarctica. This is an astronomical flat fact. The solstice happens twice a year. It can be measured. Only those living between the tropical solstice latitudes will ever see the sun directly overhead. Look at this map. Only those who live between these tropical zone latitudes will ever see the sun directly overhead at a 90-degree angle at solar noon. Look at the map. Where do you live? You can measure the sun's angle at any time of the year. Let's see on the largest early map ever found, the Urbano Monte, dated 1587. This round map consists of 60 sheets, making a total size of some 9 square feet. The Urbano Monte shows the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, and as I've shown over and over, these tropical latitudes were in the age of Aries. The Tropic of Capricorn is shown as a goat, and the Tropic of Cancer is shown as a lobster/crayfish. You can check out the map yourself. I've added in the light and dark areas. The light areas are the areas between the tropic zones, and the dark areas are those locations that will not see the sun directly overhead at solar noon. The Gleason map. If you know this map, you will notice that this is not a broken copy. The arms are intact. Mr. Gleason did not check his map with the sky because Mr. Gleason also used the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer. The light areas are between the Tropicus solstice latitudes, and the dark areas are again the locations that will not see the sun 90-degree overhead at solar noon. Moving forward, the 360-degree circle divided up into equal arcs of 30 degrees. You could see how the degreed circle could be misinterpreted as a 360-day year with 12 months of 30 days. Couldn't you? 23.5 degrees. This is the degree we are taught is the theoretical tilt of the Earth. And also, this is the same degree mark we can see on the Tropicus of Capricorn and the Tropicus of Cancer on many of the cartographic maps. As we saw in Chapter 1, the Sun has not been aligned with the Tropicus of Capricorn and the Tropicus of Cancer for thousands and thousands of years. So what about that latitude of 23.5 degrees? The latitude where the winter and summer solstices occur. The Tropicus Drift. I could also name this the Solstice Drift. As with the maps in Chapter 1, I will show the encyclopedic narrative. I will use Wikipedia because it repeats the narrative of the other encyclopedias and it's Creative Commons. The Tropic of Cancer, which is also referred to as the Northern Tropic, is the most northerly circle of latitude on Earth at which the sun can be directly overhead. This occurs on the June solstice, when the northern hemisphere is tilted towards the sun to its maximum extent. Using a continuously updated formula, the circle is currently 23 degrees 26 hours, or 23.436662 degrees north of the equator. Did you notice using a continuously updated formula, the Tropic of Cancer's position is not fixed. It constantly changes because of a slight wobble in the Earth's longitudinal alignment relative to the ecliptic, the plane in which the Earth orbits around the Sun. Notice still repeating the latitude of the Tropic of Cancer. And the position is not fixed. Earth's axial tilt varies over a 41,000-year period from 22.1 to 24.5 degrees. And as of 2000 is about 23.4 degrees, which will continue to remain valid for about a millennium, 1,000 years. This wobble means that the Tropic of Cancer is currently drifting southward at a rate of almost half an arc second, or 0.468 of latitude, or 15 meters per year. The circle's position was at exactly 23 degrees 27 hours north in 1917 and will be at 23 degrees 26 hours north in 2045. But wait, don't the cartographic maps of the world show us the tropic zones laying at the 23.5 degrees latitude north and south? Now let's analyze this. This is the Tropicus Drift, or the Solstice Drift, and over the millennia, the Tropicus latitude north zones have been shrinking at a rate of approximately 15 meters a year. This would be, of course, if the Sun's path shrunk at a constant rate yearly over the millennia. In Mexico, the Tropic of Cancer was measured at an approximate 15-meter decrease each year. This is a picture. How unfortunate they stopped measuring. But wait, there's more. The path of the Sun at the Tropicus latitude north and south lie at the same degrees. They are in harmony with each other. So while the North Tropicus turning point of the Sun is decreasing southward at a rate of approximately 15 meters a year, the Southern Tropic Zone is also decreasing northward at a rate of approximately 15 meters a year. In total, the tropical drift is approximately 30 meters a year. It doesn't take much critical analysis to understand that an approximate 30-meter decrease in the Sun's path each year could be affecting the weather. Whether the Sun will continue at an approximate 30-meter decrease a year towards the equator is unknown, and when it will finish the cycle and begin to increase is unknown. The Tropicus drift needs to be measured as accurate as we possibly can every year, year after year, for future generations. So do you really think we should be taxed and blamed for weather patterns changing from the cycle of the Sun? The Tropicus latitude zones are not a constant. These zones are shrinking at an approximate rate of 30 meters a year. So while this is happening, there is still the same amount of days in a year. Equinoxes are still at the 0-degree latitude, and the Sun still turns and goes back the other way. It is the Tropicus solstice latitudes that are not a constant. The path of the Sun is decreasing north and south every year. Remember I said at the beginning of the video the Tropicus solstice zones were at the same time and place each year? The north and south Tropicus solstices that occur in 2021 will be at the same latitudes, but this latitude measurement will be different to last year, and it will be different next year. I understand very well that this information takes a little bit to get your head around, and of course you should be checking. I also titled these chapters as Gods and Monsters, and I will be getting to that. The March equinox 2021 is approaching. The Sun will be at the 0-degree latitude. So look for the sun around solar noon. Where is the sun to your view? I'm sure you were never told about this 30-meter decrease in the tropic zones yearly. The approximate 30-meter decrease in the sun's path every year. Up until this point, how many people do you think actually know? So, now we have maps being thousands of years out of time, and the tropic solstice drift, the path of the sun witnessed on Earth. As I wind up chapter 2, I'd like to give a big shout out to Mr. John Levy for featuring chapter 1 of Gods and Monsters, plus all the new subscribers that have come on over. Welcome to you all. Thanks for watching.
Billion trillions of orbiting snowballs, orbiting. A flat fact. The realm. Do you know what the realm is? A story we agree to tell each other over and over till we forget that it's a lie.
At the third stroke, it will be 9:50 and 10 seconds. At the third stroke, it will be 10:27 and 10 seconds.
Time, a story that we told each other over and over and over again until we forgot that it's a lie. What does a gnome know? Ladies and gentlemen, greetings and welcome back to my subscribers. This video will not be brought to you by a magnet, nor by the year 2020. I am going to reset time. To be more precise, I'm going to reset the historical timeline. This is chapter 1 of Gods and Monsters, and this is just the beginning of the apocalypse, the beginning of the lifting of the veil. I'm going to reveal something that you already know, but you don't know that you know. You're not supposed to think about it. You're not supposed to remember. Some 30 plus years ago, I discovered a little something in the astronomical code for time. I saw it, and it was odd. It wasn't until the early 1990s that I found out what this little something in the time code was. And this something was in direct contradiction to what I was taught at school, what we all were taught, and what is still continually taught. Even knowing this, I could still not find an explanation as to why. This has been a proverbial splinter in my mind for decades, and I've traveled many research paths looking for the rabbit. I have an idea as to why now. And now, in my opinion, time in the mind of man has turned into a bunch of hoodoo guru, don't look here human, religious, evil, gods and monsters, boogeymen under the bed, gobbledygook. But in chapter 1, I'm not going to start with that something in the code for time. While the understanding is not complicated, it is a little complex, and I've made numerous attempts already to explain this anomalous discovery. I'm going to start the historical timeline reset with the maps of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, all the cartographic maps of the world, from the oldest maps to the newest maps. Some 5 years ago, I began my journey to becoming a sailor, and I began learning celestial navigation. In the modern era, sailors use technology, chart plotters, autopilots ran by GPS chips, and it takes just a lightning strike to the mast or some other random thing like your batteries going flat and all your navigation devices could be fried and stop working. Knowing how to manually navigate by the sky is just as important today as it was for the early ancient sailors. Navigation is a matter of life and death. So firstly, I'm going to repeat the story of the realm, the story of the maps, and then expose it. Let's start with this map. This is the public domain political map of the world 2019. Latitudes are marked on maps as degrees, and there are 3 degrees shown on most maps, which you may know of or have heard of. In the center, we have the equator at the 0 degree latitude. 0 degrees, remember this. Then we have the Tropic of Cancer at the 23.5 degree latitude north, and the Tropic of Capricorn at the 23.5 degrees latitude south. The Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer are so named because of the positions of the Sun in these constellations at the summer and winter solstices, respectively. I'm in Australia, which lies south of the equator. At December, it is the summer solstice in Australia and the winter solstice to countries north of the equator. It is the same opposite with the vernal and autumn equinoxes. So I won't make you convert this in your mind. I will use the months of the year as the calendars of the West present to us, so the following will be as clear as possible to everyone, especially if English is not your first language. In the days of once upon a time, the olden people, the ancients, described and determined these latitudes. Firstly, I have 5 of the earliest maps to present. Cantino Planisphere, dated 1502. I've created a zoom box in the corner on this and the following maps, so it will be a little easier to see the old markings. I wish to make a point, so I'll be showing the markings on each of the 5 maps. The equator is marked as equinoctial. The tropic latitude north marked Tropiaeus CR, and the tropic latitude south marked Circulus Capricorni. The Ruche map, dated 1570. Let's follow the circle of the equator line. The equator line is marked Circulus Equinoctialis. The southern tropic is marked Circulus Capricorni. And the northern tropic is marked Circulus Canceri. The Texeria, dated 1573. The equator marked equinoctial. The northern tropic latitude, Circulus Canceri, and the southern tropic latitude, Circulus Capricorni. Stay with me, just 2 more. The Orbis Typus Universalis, dated circa 1500s. The equator marked equinoctialis. The northern tropic, Circulus Canceri. The southern tropic, Circulus Capricorni. And our last map, and probably the most well-known of all early maps, the Ortelius World Map 1570. The equator is marked Circulus Equinoctialis. The northern tropic is marked Tropicus Canceri, and the southern tropic, Circulus Capricorn. As we can see on the maps from the 1500s up until today, we have the equator marked and the circulus Canceri and the circulus Capricorni. Circulus means circle, as in the circle of the equator, the circle of Cancer, and the circle of Capricorn. The constellation of Cancer is represented as the crab, and the constellation of Capricorn is represented as the goat. The word tropic on the maps brings to our mind tropical paradises, palm trees, white beaches, balmy weather. The Greek word tropicus means a belonging to a turn of the sun at solstice. In Latin, the word sounds the same, just spelled a little different. Tropicus, and means turning point. Turning point. As per the maps of the world and the story we are told, at solar noon on the March equinox, the sun will be directly overhead at the 0-degree equator latitude and have equal hours of light and dark. Then the sun travels north to the 23.5-degree latitude, the Tropic of Cancer, and will be directly overhead at this latitude on the June solstice, and the sun will be in the constellation Cancer. Then the sun turns, Tropicus, and travels back to the September equinox, where the sun will be again directly overhead at the 0-degree equator latitude. Then the sun travels south to the 23.5-degree latitude, the Tropic of Capricorn, and will be directly overhead at solar noon on December solstice, and the sun will be in the constellation of Capricorn, the goat. Then the sun turns back again and travels back to the March equinox at the 0-degree equator latitude. The movement of the sun from the equator to the tropic turning point and back occurs 4 times a year, every year, year after year. It is a flat fact. Now let's look at the degree markings on the maps as they refer to time, and let us look where the paintings of old give us a big clue. See where they are all pointing? Up, ladies and gentlemen, up. The sky. The sky above your head is not lying to you. Let's look at those degree markings as the ancestors of the once upon a time who named the constellations determined the degrees. The older ones of the old ways used a circulus, a 360-degree flat circle to divide the sky and make measurements. We will find the equinox line and the solstice line making a cross within the circle. This 360-degree circle is then divided up into equal parts of 30 degrees. And each side, each of the degree arcs, they group the starlights into what is named constellations, which they anthropomorphize into animals, people, or things. I personally think it is a very clever way to pass down information. Here I have highlighted the Tropic of Capricorn the goat and the Tropic of Cancer the crab in their solstice positions. In the equinox positions, we have Aries and Libra. First point of Aries, also known as the cusp of Aries. The first point of Aries considered prime meridian. The first point of Aries stated to be important today in the fields of astronomy and navigation. The first point of Libra is located exactly 180 degrees from Aries. Aries is the sheep, the ram, the lamb. Behold the Lamb of God. Agnus Dei, Latin for the Lamb of God. The realm is replete with paintings and carvings of the Agnus Dei, the Lamb of God. Let's cue the epic music. Those maps from the 1500s that I showed you earlier could not have been used by the sailors at that time, nor anyone else navigating, nor could anyone today use any of those maps, nor the 2019 political map of the world. The dates on the cartographic maps of the world are all wrong, therefore fake. The Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer were in the age of Aries, and the age of Aries began more than 4,000 years ago. So where are the maps? Oh, but wait, there's more. Now let us move forward in the sky. Let us move forward in time, moving 30 degrees, moving approximately 2,160 years to solar noon when the sun entered the Piscean constellation at the March equinox. The age of Pisces, the fish constellation. We see Pisces in the position of the March equinox. Exactly 180 degrees opposite, we have the constellation Virgo, the Virgin, at the September equinox. And in the solstice positions, we have at December, the Sagittarius constellation, and at June, Gemini, the Twins constellation. The age of Pisces began more than 2,000 years ago. So where are the maps for the last 2,000 years showing the Tropic of Sagittarius and the Tropic of Gemini? Where is it recorded in any documents, encyclopedias, or astronomical observations pre-1900? Let's see if some maps and documentation mysteriously start appearing with these markings after this video. Still, we are not up to the current time. Let's move forward in the sky again. Let us move another 2,000 years forward. Sometime soon at solar noon at the March equinox, the sun will be in the constellation Aquarius of the Water Bearer, and every eye will see it. At the June solstice 2020, the sun was in the constellation Taurus. Taurus is already lined up. As of writing, the December solstice 2020 has not happened. Perhaps like me, you could pay attention to what constellation and exactly what degree the sun is. How to do this simply will be explained in a later chapter. So what have we learned so far? The Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer were in the age of Aries, which began some 4,000 years ago. All the cartographic maps in existence use this timeline. The latest Google Earth for Windows also shows this 4,000-year-old timeline. The age of Pisces began some 2,000 years ago, and there are no cartographic maps showing the Tropic of Sagittarius and the Tropic of Gemini in existence as of writing. I'm sure someone will find a way to justify the fact that there are no maps with the correct timeline. But as I said earlier in this chapter, navigation on the oceans is a matter of life and death. The maps need to be correct and show the right time. These ancestors of once upon a time knew what the sky was doing. This evidence, which will be another apocalyptic reveal in a later chapter, contradicts the historical narrative, just like the maps. But no spoilers now.
27 and 10 seconds.
Billion, trillion, million, billion, trillions of orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs, orbiting. A flat fact. A flat fact. The realm. Do you know what the realm is? A story we agreed to tell each other over forever till we forget that it's a lie.
Dum dum, diddle dum dum, diddle dum dum, diddle dum dum. There was a turtle by the name of Bert, and Bert the turtle was very alert. When danger threatened him, he never got hurt. He knew just what to do. He ducked and covered, ducked and covered.
He did what we all must learn to do. You
And you
and you and you.
duck and cover.
Be sure and remember what Bert the Turtle just did, friends, because every one of us must remember to do the same thing. That's what this film is all about. Duck and cover. This is an official civil defense film produced in cooperation with the Federal Civil Defense Administration and in consultation with the Safety Commission of the National Education Association. Produced by Archer Productions, Incorporated. Hey, Bert, come on out and meet all these nice people, please. Oh, all right. We really can't blame you. You see, Bert is a very, very careful fellow. When there's danger, this is the way he keeps from being hurt. Sometimes it even saves his life. That's why these children are practicing to duck and cover just as you do in your school. We all know the atomic bomb is very dangerous. Since it may be used against us, we must get ready for it, just as we are ready for many other dangers that are around us all the time. Fire is a danger. It can burn whole buildings if someone is careless. But we are ready for fires. We have a fine fire department to put out the fire, and you have fire drills in your school so you know what to do. Automobiles can be dangerous too. They sometimes cause bad accidents, but we are ready. We have safety rules that car drivers and people who are walking must obey. Now, we must be ready for a new danger, the atomic bomb. First, you'll have to know what happens when an atomic bomb explodes. You will know when it comes. We hope it never comes, but we must get ready. It looks something like this. There is a bright flash, brighter than the sun, brighter than anything you've ever seen. If you are not ready and did not know what to do, it could hurt you in different ways. It could knock you down hard or throw you against a tree or a wall. It is such a big explosion, it can smash in buildings and knock signboards over and break windows all over town. But if you duck and cover like Bert, you will be much safer. You know how bad sunburn can feel. The atomic bomb flash could burn you worse than a terrible sunburn, especially where you're not covered. Now, you and I don't have shells to crawl into like Bert the Turtle, so we have to cover up in our own way. First, you duck, and then you cover. And very tightly, you cover the back of your neck and your face. Duck and cover underneath a table or desk or anything else close by. In Betty's school, they are talking about the atomic bomb, too. Betty is asking her teacher, how can we tell when the atomic bomb may explode? And her teacher is explaining that there are two kinds of attack, with warning and without any warning. We think that most of the time we will be warned before the bomb explodes, so there will be time for us to get into our homes, schools, or some other safe place. Our civil defense workers and our men in uniform will do everything they can to warn us before enemy planes can bring a bomb near us. You may be in your schoolyard playing when the signal comes. That signal means to stop whatever you are doing and get to the nearest safe place fast. Always remember, the flash of an atomic bomb can come at any time, no matter where you may be. You might be out playing at home when the warning comes. Then be sure to get into the house fast, where your parents have fixed a safe place for you to go. If you are not close to home when you hear the warning, go to the nearest safe cover. Know where you are to go, or ask an older person to help you. You know the places marked with the S sign? They're safe places to go when you hear the alarm. If there is a warning, you will hear it before the bomb explodes. But sometimes, and this is very, very important, sometimes the bomb might explode without any warning. Then the first thing we would know about it would be the flash. And that means duck and cover fast, wherever you are. There's no time to look around or wait. Be like Bert. When there is a flash, duck and cover, and do it fast. Here are some older boys showing what to do if the flash comes when you are not in the classroom. This is what to do if you should be in a corridor. You duck and cover tight against the wall this way. Remember to keep your face and the back of your neck covered tightly. Try to fall away from windows or doors with glass in them. Then, if the glass breaks and flies through the air, it won't cut you. You might be eating your lunch when the flash comes. Duck and cover under the table. Then, if the explosion makes anything in the room fall down, it can't fall on you. Getting ready means we will all have to be able to take care of ourselves. The bomb might explode when there are no grown-ups near. Paul and Patty know this, and they're always ready to take care of themselves. Here they are on their way to school on a beautiful spring day. But no matter where they go or what they do, they always try to remember what to do if the atom bomb explodes right then. It's a bomb. Duck and cover. Paul and Patty know what to do. Paul covered the back of his head so that he wouldn't be burned, and Patty covered herself with the coat she was carrying. They knew how to duck and cover. They acted right away when the flash came. If they had been at this doorway when the bomb flashed, Paul and Patty would have ducked and covered this way, like this girl. Heavy doorways are a good place to duck and cover. She will be safer, too. Here's Tony going to his Cub Scout meeting. Tony knows the bomb can explode any time of the year, day or night. He is ready for it. Duck and cover. Atta boy, Tony. That flash means act fast. Tony knows that it helps to get to any kind of cover. This wall was close by, so that's where he ducked and covered. Tony knew what to do. Notice how he keeps from moving or from getting up and running? He stays down until he is sure the danger is over. The man helping Tony is a civil defense worker. His job is to help protect us when there is danger of the atomic bomb. We must obey the civil defense worker. We must know how to duck and cover in the school bus or in any other bus or streetcar. Duck and cover. Don't wait. Duck away from the windows fast. The glass may break and fly through the air and cut you. Sundays, holidays, vacation time, we must be ready every day, all the time, to do the right thing if the atomic bomb explodes. Duck and cover. This family knows what to do, just as your own family should. They know that even a thin cloth helps protect them. Even a newspaper can save you from a bad burn. But the most important thing of all is to duck and cover yourself, especially where your clothes do not cover you. No matter where we live, in the city or the country, we must be ready all the time for the atomic bomb. Duck and cover. That's the first thing to do, duck and cover. The next important thing to do after that is to stay covered until the danger is over. Yes, we must all get ready now, so we know how to save ourselves if the atomic bomb ever explodes near us. If you do not know just what to do, ask your teacher when this film is over. Discuss what you could do in different places if a bomb explodes. Older people will help us as they always do, but there might not be any grown-ups around when the bomb explodes. Then, you're on your own.
Remember what to do, friends. Now tell me right out loud. What are you supposed to do when you see the flash?
Duck and cover. Duck and cover. Duck and cover.
Billion trillions of orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs, orbiting. A flat fact. A flat fact.
The realm. Do you know what the realm is? A story we agree to tell each other over and over till we forget that it's a lie.
If you let them take your children, they'll come for mine. Operation Pied Piper. This is not the first time they came for the children. This is not the first time love for family, love for their fellow man was used to manipulate the masses, deprive them of basic necessities, and remove children from their parents. Operation Pied Piper was a British military operation ran by the Ministry of Health, created in 1931, and 8 years later, in 1939, Operation Pied Piper went live, and the Piper came for the children. In the first 3 days of the official evacuation in 1939, 1.5 million people in Britain were moved. The majority were children. The government decided that it was better for the safety of the children from the threat of war and maybe infectious disease that they all be sent away. By the end of the Second World War, millions of children would never see their parents again. This is not just evidenced in the historical record, it is evidenced by people still alive who suffered through this time. It is a matter of living record. Don't let them take your children.
The school children was, in particular, a triumph for orderly procedure. From the crowded towns, children in their thousands left homes and parents behind and went away to live in the safety zones under the care of their teachers. And here, another consoling thought, most of the youngsters went away cheerfully enough. For them, fortunately, the whole procedure seemed to hold no terrors and was even regarded as a holiday. With food and clothing provided by their parents, and each carrying a gas mask.
Don't let them take your children. With food and clothing provided by their parents and each carrying a gas mask, these children are labelled like luggage, carrying a small port, one change of clothes inside and some food.
They entrained for their excitingly unknown destination.
Are carrying little suitcases off to some unknown destination.
How long will they be away? How long before they again return to live under the same roof with their parents?
How long will they be away? How long before they again return to live under the same roof as their parents? Some of these children will never see their parents again. How long will 2 sets of clothing last? Note here that the same 3-day evacuation of the children scenario also happened in Germany. More on that later. Leading up to and during the Second World War, this building was the headquarters of the Ministry of Information, which was the inspiration in George Orwell's 1984 for the Ministry of Truth.
Headquarters of the Ministry of Information, which controlled the press, propaganda and censorship. So in many ways, very much like the Ministry of Truth in the novel. And he would see this building every day and it stands proud above its landscape.
The Ministry of Information, much like the Ministry of Truth, controlled the press, propaganda and censorship. Only the official news from the military/government was fed to the people. Upon researching through old newspapers of the day, it struck me very clearly that the underlying manipulation was using the human's love. They used the love of parents to make them believe that sending their precious babies away was the right thing to do. Well, was it? It is a matter of record that a great multitude of these children never saw their parents again. The children were labelled and exported to the country areas of Britain, and some eventually being exported to other countries, including Australia, where they were promised sunshine and rainbows. But most were put to work. Many treated as slaves with abhorrent conditions, some physically and or sexually abused. Many are still alive today. As I said, it is a matter of living record. The wars of the past have been romanticised by movies, books, tales of bravery, tales of love, fiction and fantasy tales, the machinations of media. Case in point, Operation Pied Piper. I thought it was very strange that the British military in 1931 would name a military operation after a fairy tale based in the German town of Hamelin, where children are taken away from their parents forever. Presented to us as children as a fairy tale with the moral of paying the piper, it is in fact a horror story. The little town of Hamelin in Germany is all of a sudden overrun with rats. The people try many things to no avail. Then the pied man with the magical pipe comes to town and addresses the mayor of Hamelin, and he says he can remove all the rats for a fee. The mayor and the town are at their wits' end and agreed to the fee and the agreement. When the town is asleep, the Pied Piper plays a tune on his magical flute that only the rats can hear, and the rats are compelled to follow him into a cave and disappear forever. When the townspeople awaken in the morning, there are no rats, and the townspeople are very happy. The Pied Piper returns and meets with the mayor for payment, but the mayor refuses to pay, and after an intense argument, the Piper leaves. But that night, he returns and he plays a tune on his magical flute that only the children can hear. All the children except for 3 follow the Pied Piper into a cave and, just like the rats, disappear forever. So almost 10 years before World War II, the British military names an operation after a story based on the German legend / fairy tale of children being taken away from their parents forever. The beginning of C.S. Lewis's Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. The story is set at the beginning of the Second World War. A father has been sent away. We see 4 children kissing their mother goodbye, boarding the train to be billeted in a large manor home owned by an unmarried professor and attended to by his female housekeeper. The day after the children arrive, the children, still in the same clothing they arrived in, explore the many rooms of the professor's grand mansion and happen upon the large old wardrobe. Lucy, the youngest, enters and proceeds to the back of the wardrobe, where she sees a light. She enters into a land of snow. Lucy returns and convinces her 3 siblings that the wardrobe is magical, and the 4 children enter the wardrobe and are transported to the land of Narnia, where they have exciting and scary adventures, far away from the reality of being taken away from their mother, their family, their home, and their friends. In the 1930s, it was widely feared that a new war would start with a massive bombing of Britain's cities from the air. We can see by the British newspapers published in the 1930s, war fear propaganda was fed to the general public on a daily basis in subtle and not so subtle ways. By the time Operation Pied Piper went live in 1939, many of the dads had been sent away to military training. The mums left alone with the radio and newspapers had been whipped into such a frenzy of fear for the safety of their children that they willingly allowed the government to gather up the children and send them away to locations of the government's choosing to stay in homes with unknown people. The mothers lined up in droves, filled in the forms, signed the paperwork, labelled their children, and kissed them goodbye. Do you think the general public of Britain had any idea that Operation Pied Piper had been in the planning for some 8 years? Of course not. The general public is not privy to military operations. Now let's have a look at the child evacuation scheme in Germany. And please, ladies and gentlemen, let us notice the similarities between the British and German taking of the children, keeping in mind that we know Britain started planning Operation Pied Piper 8 years before the war. The German government's military operation was called Kindertransport. Quote, fearing that the war would result in mass civilian deaths and affect its future generations, the German government, under the leadership of Adolf Hitler, ordered that the children and mothers with infants be evacuated to rural locations and other parts of the country which were considered safer. The evacuation exercise happened in numerous phases. It is estimated that the first phase of children evacuation that happened over a 3-day period saw more than 800,000 children evacuees relocated by special trains and boats to the locations considered to be safe, such as Saxony, Bavaria, and Prussia. It is estimated that around 2.5 million children in Germany were removed under orders from Adolf Hitler. Surprisingly, many of these children from Germany were transported to Britain. David Attenborough of documentary fame in 1938 had children from Germany stay with his family when he was a child. In Germany, the true purpose of the evacuation program was masked. Instead, the trips were called recreational. In KLV homes across the country, run by the Hitler Youth, children were exposed to Nazi propaganda and parliamentary drills, and many were very homesick. The KLV evacuation program did not always succeed in sheltering the children from the effects of the war. Towards the end of the war, German children were increasingly brought in to help with the war effort. One such girl is Eleanor, aged 16, who had to help out at the train station in Sagan, where many refugee trains carrying ethnic Germans from the east came through. In a school essay she wrote, "We had to unload 30 children from the wagon who had hypothermia. They were all dead." End quote, Newcastle University. Where is this living historical record I've spoken of, and where are these children now? As of the 11th of March 2020, the children who survived Operation Pied Piper and Kindertransport are now once again prevented from seeing their families by the government because the government said it's the right thing to do. Once again, these children of Pied Piper carry a mask. Our old people, 80 years and older, people's parents, grandparents, great-grandparents. Lest we forget. Did you forget? Did you let them take these children away? How many of you have not seen these children who by some miracle survived Operation Pied Piper? Now pay attention to this. The period between the time Operation Pied Piper went live in September 1939 until World War II was declared in September of 1940 was 1 year. The historical documents declare this time period as the phony war. The war they said would happen, and then it didn't. Mothers who were sick with grief at not seeing their children took to the countrysides to find their babies and bring them back home. The Ministry of Information went into overdrive and released much propaganda telling these mothers to leave the children where they are. Propaganda was released also that was presented directly to the children.
billion trillions of orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs, orbiting. A flat fact. A flat fact.
The realm. Do you know what the realm is? A story we agree to tell each other over and over till we forget that it's a lie.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I have a medical paper I'd like to share with you. Paper is from the American Society for Biology and was published ahead of print on the 8th of June 2009. The paper demonstrates the effectiveness of a widely used drug showing a 98.6% survival and showed to have long-lasting protective effects against the lethal version of the coronavirus, HCOV-0C43 infection in newborn mice. HCOV-19 is not considered lethal unless you are an already at-risk person. Before I get into this paper, there have been more papers published on this drug and the replacement for this drug in the years since. So wait for all the information. I'm not going to read the entire paper, and I will leave the link in the description. So we'll start here. Further, we investigated whether chloroquine could prevent HCOV-0C43 induced death in newborn mice. Our results show that a lethal HCOV-0C43 infection in newborn mice can be treated with chloroquine, acquired transplacentally or via maternal milk. The highest survival rate, 98.6% of the pups, was found when the mother mice were treated daily with a concentration of 15 milligrams of chloroquine per kilogram of body weight. Survival rates declined in a dose-dependent manner, with 88% survival when treated with 5 milligrams per kilo chloroquine and 13% survival when treated with 1 milligram per kilo chloroquine. Our results show that chloroquine can be highly effective against HCOV-0C43 infection in newborn mice and may be considered as a future drug against HCOVs, human coronaviruses. This document was published in 2008, ladies and gentlemen. Before I get to chloroquine, let's just see what coronaviruses are. They are large envelope single-stranded positive sense RNA viruses with a genome of approximately 30 kilobytes in length, and they are the largest found in any of the RNA viruses. The genus coronavirus belongs to the family Coronaviridae in the order of nidovirals. The coronaviruses are classified into 3 groups based on genetic and serological relationships. Now, do these viruses jump species? Can they be killed in the cooking process? Group 1 contains porcine epidemic diarrhea virus, porcine transmissible gastroenteritis virus, canine coronavirus, feline infectious peritonitis virus, human coronavirus 229E. I'm not reading all the numbers. Group 2 contains murine hepatitis virus, bovine coronavirus, rat. So in Group 1, the animals that are affected are the porcine family, the canine family with canine coronavirus, felines, the humans. Group 2 contains murine hepatitis virus, bovine coronavirus, so bovines or your cows, rat. Porcine is also in the Group 2, canine, and equine. So we've got the pigs, the dogs, the cats, the cows, the bison, the goats, the rats, the horses. And then in Group 3 thus far contains only avian coronaviruses, such as infectious bronchitis virus and turkey coronavirus. What is chloroquine? Does that sound familiar to you? Chloroquine is a medication used to prevent and treat malaria in areas where malaria is known to be sensitive to its effects. Certain types of malaria, resistant strains, and complicated cases typically require different or additional medication. Now, what would be that additional medication for those resistant strains? Let's look at the World Health Organization positional statement as of 2012. The World Health Organization recommends artemisinin-based combination therapy for the treatment of uncomplicated malaria due to Plasmodium falciparum. Artemisinin is known by a more common name. That would be wormwood or absinthe. Absinthe was banned for 100 and something years. Absinthe is regulated by the Food and Drug Administration and until recently was completely banned in the US and most of Europe. The reason for this is that absinthe contains thujone, a toxic chemical found in several edible plants, including tarragon, sage, and wormwood. Tarragon and sage are herbs that are frequently used in cooking, and wormwood had been used for hundreds of years before the ban for removing parasites from the body. Wormwood is also stated as being used by the Chinese for thousands of years. So let's continue with the World Health Organization's 2012 positional statement. These artemisinin-based combination therapies combine an artemisinin derivative such as artemether, artemisinin, or dihydroartemisinin with an effective antimalarial medicine. The 5 currently recommended artemisinin-based therapies are listed in the WHO guidelines for the treatment of malaria 2010. 1. A number of herbal remedies made of Artemisia annua. Dry leaves are suggested for the treatment of malaria. However, the World Health Organization does not recommend the use of Artemisia annua plant material in any form, including tea, for the treatment or the prevention of malaria. This World Health Organization recommendation is based on the review of scientific findings. Firstly, the content of artemisinin in the leaves is influenced by many genetic, agricultural, and environmental factors. So the World Health Organization recommends that you don't have wormwood, dry the leaves, and make a tea out of it, or have it any other way. In the treatment of malaria, it must be a prescribed dose. America burns acres and acres of wormwood every year. The active ingredient identified in the Artemisia wormwood plant is thujone, Thujone. There are other plants that contain thujone: the nyctocypress, some junipers, mugwort, oregano, common sage, and tansy. Quinine can also be found in some tonic waters. And that's all I have to say now. Bye.
Billion trillions of orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs, orbiting. A flat fact. A flat fact.
The realm. Do you know what the realm is? A story we agreed to tell each other over and over till we forget that it's a lie.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Rockets. 16th century rockets. These are rockets in the 1500s, manned, multi-staged, and nozzled rockets.
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight last gleaming. Oh,
So we have this man who, in the 1800s, patented over 214 inventions, including a multi-stage rocket in 1914 and a liquid-fueled rocket also in 1914. And I claim that this man plagiarized his discoveries from the work included in an encyclopedia-type book from the 1500s. Perhaps it was passed down to him, or perhaps he thought there were no other copies, and no one would ever know. By the 1800s, these documents would have been a free-for-all, and would be what we consider nowadays in the public domain. But I think even if the information is in the public domain from hundreds of years ago, you cannot claim you invented something that someone else did. The Goddard Space Flight Center was named after this man and was established on May the 1st, 1959 as NASA's first space flight center. The Goddard Space Flight Center is one of the 10 major NASA field centers and is named in recognition of American rocket propulsion pioneer Dr. Robert H. Goddard. Robert Hutchings Goddard, who was born October the 5th, 1882 and died on August the 10th, 1945. Our encyclopedic books of authority tell us that Goddard has been called the man who ushered in the space age. His multi-stage rocket and liquid-fueled rocket were important milestones towards spaceflight. And Goddard's 1919 monograph, A Method of Reaching Extreme Altitudes, is considered one of the classic texts of 20th century rocket science. The history books and the textbooks credit Dr. Robert H. Goddard as the pioneer of rocketry, and this is clearly not a flat fact, yet it is still repeated and cited in print. So not only do we have proof of rocketry existing hundreds of years before the birth of Robert Goddard in the late 1800s, as time has gone forward, our information on other countries have grown, and we have knowledge that the Chinese, the Mongols, India and the Middle East all had rocketry, and in Europe, Roger Bacon mentions gunpowder in his Opus Majus of 1267. But most of the rarest documents existing today are still copies of copies of copies over the centuries. So we'll probably never know who was the person who came up with the idea, who actually invented rocketry. But it is not Robert Goddard. This is a fraud not surprisingly associated with NASA. And for further research, if you choose, what are the 214 inventions that Robert Goddard patented? Did he invent anything, or did he just plagiarize all of it from the past? The fact that there is evidence of rocketry hundreds and hundreds of years ago is very interesting, and I find it curious that this is not common knowledge. There are two books of note. The first is Artis Magnae Artillerie Pars Prima, or translated into English, The Art of a Great Artillerize by Casimir Semenovic. The entire book is in Latin, but it's 2019 and Google translates Latin. I'm translating one section as I was just blown away by it, and it is supporting evidence for another topic, and that will be in the next video. Yes, there is much more than just rocketry in this book. I'll show you some of the images now. we can also clearly see by the text of the book that the 16th century is not brought to you by the letters J, U, or Z. I will leave a link to the book in the description and at the end of the video. The second book of note, or rather manuscript, which is older, is a Sibian manuscript. The manuscript consists of 3 distinct parts by 3 authors, which were bound in a single volume at the Sibiu Library after 1570. So they say. Looking at the ancient drawings of the rockets, we can see the comparison of the rockets at the beginning of NASA. So interestingly, there is a NASA conference publication which discusses the Sibian manuscript. The first symposia of the International Academy of Astronautics was in 1967, before the alleged trip up there to the moon in 1969. These 2 volumes comprise the proceedings of the 3rd through the 6th symposia of the International Academy of Astronautics. It includes Mar del Plata, 1969, Constance, 1970, Brussels, 1971, and Vienna, 1972. This document is on archive.org, and I will leave a link for this as well. The volumes include a series of essays which clearly show that NASA knew about the ancient rocketry. Let's look at some of the titles included in this document by NASA. 1. Romanian rocketry in the 16th century. 2. The Swedish Rocket Corps, 1833 to 1845. 3. Austrian rocketry in the 19th century. 4. Hungarian rocketry in the 19th century. 5. Non-military applications of the rocket between the 17th and 20th century. I should just read a little from the first essay, Romanian rocketry in the 16th century. A medieval manuscript recently discovered in Sibiu, a town in central Romania, was found to contain important new information on the development and construction of powder rockets, handwritten in Old German. Old German. Well, as we know, NASA was started with ex-Nazi scientists who were rounded up after the war and taken to America. These men were prisoners of war who could speak German and may very well have understood Old German. The Sibiu manuscript is in the form of a collegatum with text by 3 authors. The last of these authors, Conrad Haas, served as the chief of the artillery arsenal in Cebu from 1529 to 1569, and his portion of the manuscript devoted to rocketry is the subject of this paper. This manuscript describes the activity carried out in the construction of rockets in Cebu by the author together with the local pyrotechnists. I'll go down a bit further. The successful experiments performed with such rockets led Haas to the construction of a 3-stage rocket. This is in the 1500s. It's astounding. So in conclusion, Robert Goddard, a man born in the late 1800s, is not the pioneer of rocketry, and NASA knew this in 1967. That's it for this one. Next time, guys.
Hold on. I don't know what happened. I was watching it from upstairs and it just went off. So hold on. It was supposed to still be recording. So until I turned it off, because I was going to just play those videos from a Flat Fact.
Billion trillions of orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs. A flat fact. A flat fact.
The realm. Do you know what the realm is? A story we agree to tell each other over and over till we forget that it's a lie.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. I have a little problem. I was in the middle of making a video about this symbol. This symbol is Ingas, or Ing. It is an old symbol. It means family, fertility. This is the basic translation. This symbol, or the meaning of this symbol, can be found in many place names. For example, Birmingham. When we look at the word, we have Birm, Ing, and Ham. When we dissect Birmingham, we see ham, family, and berm. Berm is an olden term for describing land. They also use the word acre, hundred, and ton, like ham ton, the ton of ham, or the land of the family ham again. There are numerous olden Anglo-Saxon words for describing plots of land, which I'm not going to go into for this video. When you see this symbol, it looks like DNA, and I thought it was very interesting. And interesting that the symbol means fertility and family. It looks like DNA, doesn't it? So I went to find a real photograph of DNA, and I ran into a problem. The same problem I ran into when trying to find real photographs of the atom or real photographs of the Earth from outer space. I've worked in 3D programming since the mid-1990s, as well as other programming genres. Back in the day, I had to write the 3D in code, and it would take almost a day to render a very small file. If you needed to make a web page, you had to do it in pure code, as there was no software to automatically create a web page like nowadays. No, what you see is what you get editors. Point being, I know very well what 3D CGI graphics looks like. So I loaded up Google Images to find a real picture of DNA to use for my video. And what do I find? 3D CGI. Diagrams explaining DNA. Graphics. Graphics. More graphics. 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 This is a graphical image of DNA stain. I mean, really? Graphics. Graphics. Oop, here we go. This is a DNA stain. This is an autoradiogram of DNA. Radio waves, not an image of the DNA helix. This is also very similar to the radio waves of the periodic table. Oh, Google says microscope images. Let's have a look. Sorry, that's graphics. This image is not real either. Ah, look, it even tells you, it says CGI visualization of the many DNA helix. An electronic microscope simulation with focus effect. Why would you need an electronic microscope simulation? This is a DNA image with an electronic microscope. Can you see the DNA helix? I can't either. Here is someone asking which microscope can see DNA. The answer given is the TEM, the transmission electron microscope, which will show you an image like this. So how did Watson and Crick find the DNA helix back in the 1950s? Oh, look at this. Maths, as in mathematics, shows how DNA twists and turns and unzips. I don't want mathematics. I want a real image, thank you. I've been told my entire life that this is what DNA looks like. Can anyone please show me evidence of the existence of the DNA helix that someone has actually photographed? Not a theoretical explanation, not 3D CGI or graphics, not radio wave data, and not Photo 51, which also doesn't show the double helix. Is there any?
Billions, trillions of orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs, orbiting. A flat fact. A flat fact.
The realm. Do you know what the realm is? A story we agree to tell each other over and over till we forget that it's a lie.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to my channel, or welcome back. Did you know that there are at least 30,000 CERN-type facilities throughout the world? At least 30,000 particle accelerators underneath our feet. What do you think over 30,000 particle accelerators are doing? This video is part 2 of This Is Not a Pipe. Part 1 is about the mass surveillance network that has been in existence before most of us were born. And it's not called the Matrix, it's called PRISM. I'll link to part 1 in the description box and in the credits at the end of the video.
Ceci n'est pas une pipe. This is not a pipe.
This is a pipe.
No, it's a picture of a pipe. It's a picture of a pipe. It's a picture of a pipe.
Again, at least 30,000 particle accelerators underneath our feet. Let's have a little listen to what George W. Bush said in 1992. New frontiers
Stopped in a
await.
town called Waxahachie, Texas, which is home to the Superconductor Super Collider project. The $8.25 billion atom smasher is designed to help physicists better understand matter. The Super Collider suffered a blow last month when the House of Representatives voted to cut off its federal funding. After a tour of the site, the president spoke in support of the project.
Now, the Super Collider. The Super Collider is one of the greatest scientific projects in the entire world. And today, new frontiers beckon. New discoveries await. New progress lies before us. And our adventure is not to sail the open ocean, but rather to go to the edge of the universe and see the birth of space and of time.
Our adventure is not to sail the open ocean, but rather go to the edge of the universe in our imaginations and see the birth of space and time. Wow.
But rather to go to the edge of the universe and see the birth of space and of time. Our vessel is not called Santa Maria. It is the Super Collider.
Our vessel is not called Santa Maria. It is the Super Collider.
But human imagination is still our compass, and human ingenuity and yearning for progress our only power. And to those who would sacrifice tomorrow for today, I say trust in America's future. Trust in America's incredible capacity for renewal and innovation. And trust in the spirit that is here today. For ours is an eternal voyage to greatness, and each and every one of you is a part of that voyage.
And human imagination is our compass, because ours is an eternal voyage. Eternal voyage. What? A never-ending voyage? A never-ending money pit? And each and every one of you is part of that voyage. You know what that means? You and all your generations will be paying for this eternally.
When you hear the words particle accelerator, the first thing you probably think of is the Large Hadron Collider. I mean, it is the most powerful atom-smashing machine on the planet. It's very famous. It's charged with unpacking the fundamental mysteries of our universe. No big deal. Even though the LHC is the biggest, it definitely isn't the only particle accelerator. In fact, you probably live not too far from it. There are over 30,000 particle accelerators all over the world. Doing a variety of jobs that sometimes have nothing to do with particle physics. For example, if you're in Paris, France, admiring the towering glass pyramid at the Louvre Museum, there is a particle accelerator 15 meters below you. Yeah, in the basement, physicists use their particle accelerator called AGLAE for cultural preservation. AGLAE scans priceless museum artifacts, uncovering what they're made of and making sure they're the real deal. Do you want more specifics? Of course you do. These scientists use AGLAE to identify the minerals in the eyes of the famous 4,500-year-old Egyptian sculpture called the Seated Scribe. I've seen it. It's awesome. For all three of you art history nerds out there, it is made of black rock crystal, white magnesium carbonate, and iron oxide.
Well, now they know what the eyes are made out of in a 4,500-year-old statue. Well, that is worth billions of dollars, and the risk of a particle accelerator having a meltdown or exploding, and all the art in the Louvre gone. And much of that art has been acquired from all over Earth. But then again, it might just be another surveillance data center with a cover of science. This is not a pipe.
Again, super cool. How about another? Yes, please. No one likes contaminated food, right? Well, you can thank your friendly neighborhood particle accelerator for thank your friendly neighborhood particle accelerator for thank your friendly neighborhood particle accelerator for zapping any traces of E. coli or salmonella from your groceries. You've likely heard of foods being irradiated. Sounds bad, but scientifically speaking, without radiation, nothing would ever even grow on our planet. You know, all light is radiation, but I digress. But scientifically speaking, without radiation, nothing would ever even grow on our planet. You know, all light is radiation, but I digress. Grocery irradiation works by shooting a stream of high-energy particles into the food, thus killing all the bacteria while maintaining the quality of the produce. It's easy. It's sort of like pasteurizing milk or canning food, except scientists are using laser beams plus amazingness. Except scientists are using laser beams plus amazingness.
Scientists are using laser beams plus amazingness. Well, that's okay then. The scientists are using laser beams and amazingness. So, don't you be concerned about the over 30,000 friendly neighborhood particle colliders. He said they were friendly. Follow the white balls. You can't see where a radio telescope is pointing when it's hidden inside a white ball. Did you know that there were over 30,000 particle colliders? There is another type also.
Nicky
There
Hager
is a
is
lot
an
of them as
investigative
well.
journalist from New
But I'll
Zealand.
save that for part 3.
In 1996, he published Secret Power, a wide-ranging inquiry into the New Zealand part of the Echelon network. He even managed to enter a listening station.
When I have been secretly to the Waihopai station in New Zealand and looked through the windows there where the operations room is, I've seen the room where it gets broken down into phone calls here and faxes there and emails there, and it's run through these powerful computers which search for all the subjects they're interested in. And actually, there's no people there. The whole system can run itself. And actually, there's no people there. The whole system can run itself.
Did you hear of any of them being built? And how long have they been there? Who knows? There are a few million radio telescopic devices, the square kilometre arrays built or being built with your tax dollars. These are all looking at space and time. Oh, and don't forget laser beams and amazingness. I've only seen CGI of space. So as far as I'm concerned, at this point in time, space has been faked. Are these facilities scientific fronts? Is Big Brother way bigger than any of us could have imagined? Until next time, remember Bill and Ted, let's be excellent to each other.
Billion, trillions of orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs. A flat fact. A flat fact.
The realm. Do you know what the realm is? A story we agree to tell each other over and over till we forget that it's a lie.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We are in a race to the bottom, and we are winning. But we can change that. Today's vlog is about 19th century, jaw-dropping, high-resolution images. And there are tens of thousands of them. Would you believe this 19th century photograph is 3.2 meters wide and 1 meter high, and weighs in digitally at a whopping 3,000 megabytes. If you find this hard to believe, you wouldn't be alone. When the experts from Australia contacted UNESCO for World Heritage listing, the experts at UNESCO also didn't believe that a photograph of this size could possibly exist. The 19th century photos were discovered in Australia in 2013, and from what I can find, were only released to the public in 2017. I have many images from the 19th century that are incredibly crisp and sharp. Some of the images are so crisp and sharp that one could think they were photographed this morning. The resolutions I have of some of these photographs are higher than that of this video recording. This image of Dresden is particularly interesting. The clarity is amazing, and we see covered wagons in the street. Civil War photos that look like they were photographed yesterday. And many, many photos of empty cities, also in seemingly such high definition, and from what I was ever taught or told should not have been possible in the 19th century. Upon researching this discovery in Australia, I was led to find more photographic collections, how they were done, and then I was able to follow the technique back to the 17th century and to 17th century video. In 2013, photographs of 19th century Australia were found in a backyard garden shed in Chatswood, Victoria, Australia. The collection is named after the man who commissioned the photographs. The Bernard Otto Holterman collection comprises 3,500 glass photographic negative plates. UNESCO was contacted about the two largest images, and as quoted by Margaret Riley, Curator of Research and Discovery, State Library of New South Wales, UNESCO did not believe that the photographic plates could possibly exist, and now 3 of these images have been recognized by UNESCO as the world's largest 19th century photographic negatives. So how big are they? Each of the 3,500 negatives are glass. All but 3 of the glass negatives are 8 millimeters thick and 1 meter high and 1 meter wide. 2 of the negatives are 1.3 meters in width, and the largest being a colossal 1.6 meters wide and weighing in at a whopping 30 kilos. So question, who is making glass that big and of such quality for photographing negatives in the 19th century? The largest photographic plate in the collection is the Sydney Harbour, and it comprises 2 plates at 1.6 meters each. The image created is 20,000 pixels long, weighing in at about 3 gigabytes, which is 3,000 megabytes. I gather this would be an uncompressed TIFF file. Let's get a comparison. My Nikon P900 camera has a maximum file resolution of 60 megapixels, which creates a maximum JPEG file size of about 7 megabytes. So a 2-image panorama would weigh in about 40 megabytes in a JPEG file. So in an uncompressed TIFF file, we could see at least 90 megabytes. And here we have, as a flat fact, for all to see, a 19th century image at 3,000 megabytes. Halterman took some of the photographic plates on tour overseas, and his entries in photographic expositions won a bronze prize in Philadelphia in 1876 and then a silver in Paris in 1878. So obviously there were photographic competitions at the expositions, which is similar to today. So a question that arises is just what was the competition's photographic negatives like, especially if Halterman only won a silver and a bronze prize. Someone else won the gold. There is a lot more information to be gleaned in the Halterman story, his gold find, and the photographs of 19th century Australia that Halterman commissioned. But I will leave Halterman now. As I mentioned before, there are more collections of glass photographic negatives. One collection, which is currently being digitised by the National Film and Sound Archive of Australia, is some 10,000 glass plate slides. Another collection of note is 698 glass slides, which are dated around 1875 and include this image, which is a traffic jam in Melbourne. There's a lot of movement in this picture. As with many of the pictures from these collections, there is little or no ghosting from exposure issues. As much as being an Australian and liking to think that Australia just may be the colossal photographic capital of the 19th century, it is not. 99% of all 19th century photographs were glass plate negatives. So people took colossal photographs on colossal pieces of glass with colossal cameras. The camera on screen is an example of a colossal camera. The official narrative says that the glass plate negative remained in use until the 1920s or the 1930s, whichever one to read, until the Kodak celluloid plastics replaced the glass in photography. Yet my research showed this narrative to be false. Let's look at a few sizes down from the colossal camera and go to a giant camera. This camera is stated to be manufactured in 1930. It is a mahogany Hunter Penrose 20 by 24 inch process camera. So clearly this photographic process continued after the official narrative states. Here is the Queensland Government Cartography Department in Australia photographing maps with one of these Hunter Penrose cameras. In this image, we see a very large glass plate being quality checked. Then we have some very large format camera examples a little later in time. Here is Margaret Berg White, Brad Williams, and I was unable to identify this gentleman. Glass was the most common medium for these photographic plates, but these clever people of the past also processed images onto tin. These are called tintype. Some of the tintype photography is easy to spot. The condition of the photographic tintype is obviously dependent upon the storage and care. This one has seen better days. but some of them, especially from the Civil War era, are in excellent condition. But the glass, on the other hand, is lasting centuries. So before I get to the next bit, there is a revival of this type of photography. The recipes are known, and there are detailed plans around to make one of these cameras for yourself. When I was a child, my parents and their friends had slide nights. My sister and I, as children, found these nights to be pretty boring. Plastic photographic slides were mounted on cardboard and put into a projector and shone on the screen. This is how these 19th century giant images were also seen. They were mounted and viewed through a 19th century projector. Let's see some examples. Oh, if you've been researching the 19th century mudflood and hidden history, you would have seen many images like this. Some you see with parts of the mounting visible. Sometimes the glass is cracked. So how long have the image slides been around? Well, the mid-19th century is stated as the official narrative, as the official creation of photography. These glass slides have been around a lot longer. Phantasmagoria was a form of horror theatre that used one or more backlighted glass slides to project frightening images, especially of ghosts. It was very popular in Europe from the late 18th century well into the 19th century. The dictionary meaning for video as a noun states 1. The recording, reproducing or broadcasting of moving visual images. I'm going to bypass the 18th century and go further back in time to the first broadcasting of moving visual images. 17th century Dutch scientist Christian Huygens is widely accepted by the mainstream narrative as the true inventor of this technology. This Dutch scientist is also given credit to discovering a great many things in history. I thought I'd just list a few here. Titan, explanation of Saturn's rings, centrifugal force, collision formula, Huygens Fresnel principle, wave theory, Huygens engine, which is a gunpowder engine, birefringence, and Huygens also invented the pendulum clock in 1656. He was a very, very busy man. I think his story needs a closer look at. In his writings, Christians initially referred to this technology as la lampe and la lantern, but in the last years of his life, he used the then common term, lanterna magica, and this is the term these images are known by today, the magic lantern. The earliest slides for magic lanterns consisted of hand-painted images on glass, projected by showmen telling stories about the images that were projected. I will leave you today with a short clip of Mr. Bob Snell, who has amassed a collection of some 12,000 magic lantern slides. It's an interesting little story, and what he says about the color technique I thought was quite curious. Thanks for listening. Catch you next time.
Where to start? Slides under there, slides there, slides over there, slides in here. Oh, I found them all over the country as I traveled around and different antique collector shows or whatever. And this probably wouldn't impress anybody nowadays. However, you go back 100 and some odd years ago, and when you saw something like that on the screen, moving in color, everybody was, oh, ah. Usually you would start a show with one of these. And so it just, what they did back then was unbelievable. It's not always this messy, sometimes it's worse. I got so many projects going, but I don't have time to get bored. I did all my coming attraction slides. And then I started doing my advertising slides. And then I got sidetracked on doing my slides from Joseph Boggs Beale, who was a artist back in Philadelphia. And he did the original artwork for about at least 1,800 magic lantern slides. And I have the second largest collection of his slides in the country. And his artwork was on basically a 16 by 16 paper and watercolor. then they were photographed down to the image to go, and then contact prints were made. And when they made these things, they didn't have all these special paints to stick onto glass, and how some of this stuff is stuck, like that kaleidoscope, for over 100 years. And a lot of these things were stored in garages, basements, barns, whatever, in all kinds of conditions. And it's just amazing how they have managed to survive.
Billion, trillions of orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs. A flat fact. A flat fact.
The realm. Do you know what the realm is? A story we agree to tell each other over and over till we forget that it's a lie.
What you were taught in school is just a version of reality. It may not be the only version, or the best version, or the most accurate version. Professor Christopher Nyerges. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. I think this quote by Professor Nyerges is most appropriate for the story of the Lamb of Tartaria. We all know that things can get lost in translation over time, and from language to language. The Lamb of Tartaria, a real thing that somehow over time led to it becoming a myth, with what I find to be the most bizarre description. I also have some interesting link-ups between the presumed mythological Lamb of Tartaria, the Scotsmen, the ancient Hebrews, the Indians from India, and the Indians from South America. So what is the Lamb of Tartaria? And my question, could the sacrificial lamb in the Old Testament be, in fact, this Lamb of Tartaria? And it is described metaphorically, as Jesus Christ is also described metaphorically as a sacrificial Lamb of God. First, I will read a description said to be authored by Henry Lee. It's an excerpt from a book written in 1851. In a place called Scythia, in the land of Tartaria, it was said to grow a tree of miraculous form. There groweth a sort of fruit, as if it were gourds, and when it is ripe, men cut it asunder, and they find therein a beast, as if it were of flesh, blood, and bone, as if it were a little lamb with wool. And men eat the beast, and fruit also, and sure, it seemeth very strange. This story was later embellished and had the beast, the lamb, linked to the plant by an umbilical stem, so that it could browse on nearby vegetation. And when all the vegetation around the lamb plant was consumed, the lamb died. The story is often supported by the assertion that the barometz was a Tartar word, meaning lamb. Henry Lee quotes from another source, a French book of about 1357, which is purported to be the recollections of travel stories from classic and medieval times of that English knight, Sir John Mandeville. Though the official narrative of today declares that the work of Sir John Mandeville was actually a compilation of stories put together by a Benedictine monk, and it is assumed that this monk never travelled further than his monastery's library. The source Henry Lee quotes from has a very long title, The Voyages and Travels of Sir John Mandeville Knight, wherein is set down the way to the Holy Land and to Jerusalem, and also to the lands of the Great Khan, and of Prester John to India, and divers other countries, together with many and strange marvels therein. I don't think he would get a book with that long title published today. For many centuries, the Lamb of Tartaria was considered to be a myth, and depending on which official historical document you read, some say it is still a myth. The Lamb of Tartaria was considered a mythological zoophyte, that is, a plant that is half animal and half plant, or plant-like animal. Other historic accounts document that this legendary plant was introduced to England by the knight Sir John Mandeville in the 1300s, and a specimen of this legendary zoophyte is said to be found at Lambeth Castle in Britain. This castle is still in existence to this day and still bears the name Lambeth Palace. The specimen held at Lambeth Castle was an upside-down fern, which was either a mistaken attempt to identify the sheep plant or an outright fraud. The specimen at the castle is Cybotium barometz, the golden chicken fern or woolly fern. It is a species of tree fern native to parts of China and to the western part of the Malay Peninsula. The fern's woolly rhizome was thought to be the inspiration for the mythical vegetable lamb of Tartaria. There is mention of a similarly described plant animal in Jewish folklore as early as 436 CE. This creature, called the Jedua, Jeduah, an alternate name for the barometz, was like a lamb in form and sprouted from the earth connected to a stem, and those who went hunting the Jedua could only harvest the creature by severing it from its stem with arrows or darts. Once the animal was severed, it died, and its bones could be used in divination and prophetic ceremonies. Are plants' bones used in divination and prophetic ceremonies? This is a grossly misunderstood translation of the text at one time. It is a plant. Plants can be analysed now to determine and discover things. Our medicines come from plants. In a portion of the Talmud, in the Mishnah Kilayim, there are creatures called the Adna Hasti, which literally means lords of the fields, and they are regarded as beasts. Two classical authors also seem to describe the exact same plant. Herodotus, certain trees bear for their fruit fleeces surpassing those of sheep in beauty and excellence. And Pliny, these trees bear gourds the size of a quince, which burst when ripe and display balls of wool, out of which the inhabitants make cloths like valuable linen. So with the lamb of Tartary, one could make a fine cloth. So here now is where we find our famous link to the Scottish. The Scottish tartan. So let's have a look at the etymology of the word tartan. I'll put it on the screen as there are numerous spellings which also may aid to further research on Tartaria. Tartan, noun. The spelling is likely influenced in Middle English by Tartarian, rich silk cloth, mid-14th century. From Old French Tartarian, tartar cloth. From Tartar, Tartar, the Central Asian people. See Tartar. A kind of woolen fabric, mid-15th century, perhaps from Middle French tartane, strong coarse fabric, mid-13th century, from Old French tirette, kind of cloth from Tyre, silk cloth, from medieval Latin tirius, cloth from Tyre, see Tyrian. Wikipedia says the English word tartan is most likely derived from the French tartarin, meaning tartar cloth. It has also been suggested that tartan may be derived from modern Gaelic tarsain, meaning a cross. Today, tartan usually refers to coloured patterns, though originally a tartan did not have to be made up of any pattern at all. Today, we still call the product from the lamb of Tartary wool. Cotton wool from the cotton plant, an annual growing herb belonging to the genus Gossypium of the Malvaceae family, or the mallow family. Cotton seeds contain oils that are a valuable source of protein. Cotton, and where can we find the first evidence of cotton use? Scientists searching caves in Mexico found bits of cotton balls and pieces of cotton cloth, which means that it was woven, that proved to be at least 7,000 years old. They also found that the cotton itself was much like that is grown in America today. In the Indus River Valley in Pakistan, cotton was being grown, spun and woven into cloth 3,000 years BC. At about the same time, natives of Egypt's Nile Valley were making and wearing cotton clothing. When Columbus discovered America in 1492, he found cotton growing in the Bahama Islands. By 1500, cotton was known generally throughout the world. Cotton seeds are believed to have been planted in Florida in 1556 and in Virginia in 1607. There is evidence being found of the links between the Indian and the Mayan culture. I have a short clip which explains a brief introduction that leads to this link between the Mayan culture and the Indians. Andreas Zertis recently had Professor Christopher Nioges as his guest. This is a snippet of the conversation. The entire interview is well worth viewing.
Seminars, and we would talk about a couple of these cultures and the similarities to previous cultures. Like, where did the Mayan come from? You know, most people say they came from the Olmec, but there's a lot of evidence that the Mayan people, the flowering of the culture came right out of India. And the temple building culture in India, which would have been like on boats, almost a year journey to get over to Central South America. Not South America, Central America. Yeah, Mayan and India. The similarities are just totally profound from India and Mayan culture. Kind of interesting, huh?
Absolutely.
I didn't even know that's online, because this is a very unorthodox version that the Mayans came from India. You know, like the resemblances, you know, it's not just one or two things. The resemblances are like hundreds of resemblances in terms of the clothing, the postures of the people in the inscriptions, and on and on and on and on. There's like a lot of text. I read textbooks about this. I never saw these pictures, but some of the images are just shockingly similar.
Here's my favorite: is this picture from Egypt and this picture from Ecuador.
Yeah, I've never seen that one either. No.
There's better ones even, I think, actually I should look for. But what's funny is they found this in a place called the Land of Giants above Baños in Ecuador. And there are tons of examples of it. Here's one really great. Ecuador, Mesopotamia. Check out that.
Yeah, okay, so that's Crespi, the Crespi collection. The archaeologists, the traditional archaeologists don't know what to think about Crespi. They just say it's all fraud. But
well, no, now we know, because I just was in Ecuador about 2 years ago, and in the northeast in Ecuador, there is a place, this forest called Land of Giants, and Google has laser proven it's there. And then, you know, this is where all the stuff's been coming out that they were trying to hide for a while. But there are tons of it, and it's definitely not fake. I saw some of it.
So the whole point to me really is that what you're taught in school is just a version of reality, and it may not be the only version or the best version or the most accurate version.
There is evidence of a worldwide flood, evidenced by the fact that archaeologists have been digging the remains from underneath meters of dirt since at least the 19th century. And in some places, there is still more underneath those layers. We have the oldest known evidence of cotton, the lem of Tartaria, woven into a cloth found in Mexico. The lem of Tartaria is not a myth. It is an example of a very misinterpreted, translated text at some time in the past. Just what were those skins that Adam and Eve were given to wear? The skins of a sheep or the skin of the lamb of Tartary? Just a thought. That's all for today, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for listening. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. You may have heard that NASA has been faking everything. Well, I have some files I'd like to show you from way back to the mid-1990s. I'm going to show you NASA's CGI fakery technology, a technology that was so advanced, and once upon a time, we all had access to this technology in our internet browsers. It was super cool and a lot of fun. They said to stop using it because it was a dead technology. Yet, NASA and Google continued to develop this tech.
Trillions of orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs. A flat fact. A flat fact.
The realm. Do you know what the realm is? A story we agree to tell each other over and over till we forget that it's a lie.
A large percentage of the early web, starting from around 1998 up until 2005, was in 3D. If you ever saw Second Life, this web technology that I'm talking about was the predecessor. But using Internet Explorer, or back in the day, Netscape Navigator, and then later Firefox, you could visit websites in 3D with a little avatar. I have a little wooden fairy. Someone else had this avatar too. Someone convinced the public that this internet language was dead and to just move on. I never thought it was dead. I never moved on. The current internet browsers, Chrome, Safari, and Firefox, all got together and decided to remove this technology a few years ago by removing the plugins, except for Microsoft Internet Explorer, surprisingly. They gave the reasons for this, which is not the scope of the video, but I will say that the WebGL canvas in the internet browsers does not work as it did 20 years ago. Now it's slow, the avatars don't work, and this was 3D back then. This was fast 3D on dial-up modems. One whole website could be as small 3 megabytes. That wouldn't even be the size of a photograph from a smartphone now. So I have a sweet piece of evidence coming up with regard to a video that was supposed to have been filmed from a satellite, but it's not. It's 3D, and I have the file. But first, let's look at this NASA webpage from 1997. They're talking about the goal for the interactive universe, which is partially what Google Earth later became. So this little video on screen shows how we are told satellites crisscross the Earth and take photos, and then they join them all together to make a composite. So I'd like you to keep that in mind. I will read this paragraph from the webpage of December 1997. It explains this 3D language called VRML. The advent of the World Wide Web and the virtual reality modeling language, VRML, makes this possible with tools to create a representative universe and deliver it out to the desktop. VRML is an emerging technology for 3D modeling and interaction over the web. VRML is a descriptive language used to model 3D objects such as planets, stars, galaxies, people, buildings, and molecules, and to allow the user to control the viewing perspective of the object. A VRML object may be defined using a combination of basic geometric primitives, for example, a cube, sphere, cone, or cylinder, or a complex arrangement of polygons. The software required to view VRML models is available for free at a number of locations on the web, such as the VRML repository, which does not exist anymore. The VRML viewer may be a plugin to an internet browser, Cosmo Player, my favorite was the Blackson, or a standalone application, for example, VR Web, with navigation aids to moving around or zooming in and out of the scene. So that's a pretty good explanation of it. So in 1997, they had a few of the models done. So we have the moon, the solar system with the yellow sun, and the sun is white. The nearby stars, the Milky Way galaxy, other local galaxies, all for your viewing pleasure in 3D. So let's have a look at the Earth-Moon VRML. So this here says Figure 1 shows a screenshot of the VRML model, and Figure 2 is an actual photo taken from the Luna 3 orbiter, available at NSSDC's image catalog. This model, the VRML model on the left, is essentially 2 spheres texture mapped with appropriate Earth and Moon pictures. This is VRML, and this is the actual photo. It says it's an actual photo taken by the Lunar Orbiter 3 of the dark side of the moon in 1967. Let's have a look at the image. Let's zoom this image up a little bit. And we have some artifacts here. And this is the Earth, a crescent Earth over in the distance. Elon, can I hear a...
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, 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 because it looks...
So the Lunar Orbiter 3 went round and round and round the moon to get these shots. Much like I showed you before, the cartoon CGI of how satellites take images of Earth. I do know it's not the dark side, and it's now called the far side, but I like Pink Floyd. I've been programming for a long time, 30 years plus. My first real application that I made was a very basic moon phase app. I've been watching the moon for a long time. I've got a P900, I take lots of photos of the moon. And one of the things I do know about the moon is that the spots never change. They might rotate around a little bit as the moon goes over your head, but the spots are the same. No matter where you are, you will see the same spots that I do here in Australia. So let's have a look at number 2 picture of the far side of the moon. This one was taken by Apollo 16. And number 3, this was taken by NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, the LRO. They're all like this. I'm not going to show anymore. The spots are different. You can look at the images yourself using the term far side of the moon or dark side of the moon. You will see that there are numerous versions of the dark side of the moon. On screen now is an image of the moon. Could you tell if this image is taken with a phone, maybe a P900 camera, a satellite, maybe a camera attached to a telescope? Or is the image fake? Let's zoom in and have a little look, shall we? Considering the image is of full moon and there are no craters visible, and craters are always visible somewhere on the edges of a full moon, unless it is an eclipse. I was informed about this some time ago by my fellow admin on the Moon Tracker group on Facebook, Mr. Ron Hayberg. Ron was able to verify for himself that there were no craters visible anywhere on the edges of the moon. Last year in July of 2018, we had an eclipse in Australia, and I was also able to verify the same observations. Yet, every full moon throughout the year, there are craters on the edges. So the image of the moon on screen is fake. It is a VRML file by Ruben Rees. Remember, VRML stands for Virtual Reality Markup Language. It is loaded up with an 8K moon texture. Credits for these files will be in the description and at the end of the video. On screen now is the original VRML file before I edited it and changed the texture. It had this white light in the middle of it, and every time you spun it around, you would just see it. And this light led to a very interesting discovery. So when I was looking at images for Dark Side of the Moon, of course I looked at Wikipedia. And because I'd been stuffing around with the file, editing it, trying to get that light away, I noticed this. Look at the image. See that little light in the middle? Let's open that up and have a look at it. Can you see that light right in the middle? See, there's mine. The moon transits across Earth as seen by the Discover satellite. This is an official NASA file brought to you by the dead technology of virtual reality markup language, VRML. So that's it for today. Thanks for taking the time to watch this video, and much love to you all.
Billion, trillion, million, billion, trillions of orbiting snowballs. snowballs, orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs. A flat fact. A flat fact.
The realm. Do you know what the realm is? A story we agree to tell each other over and over till we forget that it's a lie.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Today I have some very interesting construction photos. The building in question is the National Library of Brazil, located in Rio de Janeiro. Styled eclectically in neoclassical and Art Nouveau. But first, Mudflood. We've seen many buildings that the bottom floors are covered over by dirt, all over Earth. What piques my curiosity is that whatever caused this great worldwide flood that covered 19th century buildings is not recorded. Yet we do have one major flood event recorded worldwide in legends, the Great Deluge, Noah's Flood. Yet evidence is exponentially growing daily of this 19th century mud flood. So exactly how old are some of these buildings? It is common knowledge that stone cannot be dated. These old constructions were built to last, built by the masters and apprentices of the guilds, the old ways and days. Could the mud flood be the worldwide deluge of legend, Noah's flood of Genesis, which I presume I'm not the only one with this thought? Is the water still going down? And that's why measurements based on height above sea level are still used. The water is still receding. Perhaps pre-flood Noah was a gentleman who wore a suit and not the patriarch in robes as we have seen his story depicted by paintings, images and movies. In the case of the National Library of Brazil, this building was purpose-built to be in this architectural style. A beautiful building that has the appearance of being of the old guilds. You could see a similar building in Europe or Britain and expect an age of hundreds of years. A beautiful building that looks like it has mud flood evidence. Covered ground floor, giant entrances and floor heights. The National Library of Brazil is a building with an entire steel frame construction. When I think early steel frame construction, the early high-rise buildings come to mind. The Chicago Home Insurance Building, constructed in 1883, being the first steel frame high-rise to be constructed in America, and also in Chicago, the Rand McNally Building, another steel frame building which was built in 1889, and then 22 years later, in 1911, they pulled down this 10-story steel frame building. Very curious. A little side note, we find the same curiousness of demolition in Australia. Standing at a majestic 12 stories high, the APA building, or the Australia building, lays claim to Australia's first high-rise. The building was constructed in the city of Melbourne in 1889 and was amongst the tallest buildings in the world when completed. Wikipedia states that aside from the APA building, a total of 11 skyscrapers were located in the Melbourne city centre during this period, including the Finks building and the Prells building. Many of the high-rises of this era were constructed in a Victorian or Queen Anne architecture. None of them, however, were preserved, and most of these buildings were torn down between the 1960s and early 1970s. The National Library of Brazil is a very strong steel constructed building. As the photos follow, I will read what I found out about the history of the library, which I also found to be a little odd. The Encyclopaedia Britannica online states the date for the establishment of the library being the year 1810 with 60,000 books, and now the library holds millions of books and documents. When I was younger, so much younger than today, the encyclopedias were books of authority. If it was in the encyclopedia, it just had to be true. Upon reading the blurb in the encyclopedia, you may assume that the building was built in 1810, which is why I dug further, as I have construction photos of this building, and the earliest ever surviving photograph from a camera is determined to be around 1826. So obviously I found a problem with the date cited in the Encyclopedic Book of Authority. Wikipedia concurs the date 1810, but this is for the establishment of the library itself, not the building. In 1858, the entire library collection was transferred to another building in Lapis Square, and as the library's collection continued to grow, a new building was needed that would be purpose-built to allow for the growth of the library in the future. This new building is still the current location of the National Library. The architect is unknown, which is curious, but the building project is signed by military engineer Susa Agar, and its cornerstone was launched or laid on the 15th of August 1905, and the inauguration took place on the 29th of October 1910. The photographs themselves are dated anno 1911. I wonder how many more buildings like the National Library of Brazil are later still constructed copies of the older style. If you spot anything interesting in these construction photos, please let me know. Thanks for taking the time to watch this video. Until next time, much love to you all.
It's by Rene Magritte. Don't ask me why, but he's my favorite. Ceci n'est pas une pipe. This is not a pipe.
This is a pipe.
No, it's a picture of a pipe. It's a picture of a pipe. It's a picture of a pipe.
Echelon. Echelon, originally a secret government code name for a surveillance program. We are told the Echelon program was created in the late 1960s to monitor the military and diplomatic communications of the Soviet Union and its Eastern Bloc allies during the Cold War, and it was formally established in 1971. After the public disclosures and whistleblowing in the years 1972 to the year 2000. In 2001, Britain's Guardian newspaper summarised the capabilities of the Echelon system as follows. a global network of electronic spy stations that can eavesdrop on telephones, faxes, and computers. It can even trace bank accounts, and this information is stored in echelon computers which can keep millions of records on individuals. Officially, however,
Nikki Hager is an
Echelon
investigative
doesn't
journalist
exist.
from New Zealand. In 1996, he published Secret Power, a wide-ranging inquiry into the New Zealand part of the Echelon network. He even managed to enter a listening station.
When I have been secretly to the Waihopai station in New Zealand and looked through the windows there where the operations room is, I've seen the room where...
Did we already see this one? You know, I'm trying to, give us a thing to do on a Sunday night since I'd tried to spend so many hours, but for some reason I was playing all of these videos and I'm just blown away by the research that she's presenting. And I think I've figured it out who this is. And I believe she is a Ute princess, if I remember correctly. But I'm going to give this a few more minutes because I think we just saw this one. But I know it said it might be a part 2. No, we did. We saw this one. It's 18. Red well, white well, trees of Armageddon coming up. I think that one's in there twice. Let's go for the red well, white well, trees of Gog and Magog.
In Glastonbury, you've got 2 wells. You've got the red well, which is the chalice well, and you've got the white well, the white spring. The red well, the chalice well, is often said to be representative of the female because of the color red, and it's more about taking things in. And the white well is associated with the masculine, so the male energy. And here it is, the white spring. You can see on the right is the white spring, and you can actually you can fill up your water here just free of charge. I'm gonna have a little bit of a sip here. And then across the road, you've got the red well, the chalice well, which is the red spring. And the water, you can see actually in this, you can see how red that is down there. It's because there's so much iron in it. And there's so much iron in there that it turns everything red. So you just turn this around. There we go. Hi, everybody. My appointments start today at 3 o'clock. So I've got a bit of a late start today. So I figured I'm going to take you. Hang on.
Yeah, no wonder he's huffing and puffing. Do you see the grade he's walking up? Man, he's like walking up a steep treadmill.
There's just someone sitting in their car. I don't know why I'm so concerned with appearing weird or anything, because I'm in Glastonbury now. I can do what I like. What was I saying? Yes, my appointment started 3 today. So I've got a little bit of time and I wanted to show you around. And where I've just started is Chalice Hill with the wells. And I'm walking up this hill now. And where I'm going to take you are 2 trees called Gog and Magog. Not sure about the pronunciation. One of the entrances to the tour. And you see, just as I'm standing here, I can hear someone drumming. And that's the great thing about this place is, sometimes you walk out of your house and you feel a little bit anxious and you're kind of blending in with the real world, you know, like at 8 in the morning on a Monday, going to work, getting on the subway, and you kind of have to make that mental adjustment to fit into the world. But here you leave your house, and if you feel any of that anxiety, it goes in like minutes, because you see people dressed as rabbits and everyone in their tie-dye gear, and I feel very normal. So that's good. Okay. Yeah, they're drumming. Hi, I'm taking you to Gog and Magog, which are two really, really ancient trees here in Glastonbury. And they are the remnants of a kind of corridor of trees that used to lead up to the Tor, and that the Druids used for their ceremonies. So I've been wandering around trying to find these, and I've asked directions. So hopefully I should bump into them now here on this path. So fingers crossed. I think these are them. Yeah, these are them.
Trillions of orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs. A flat fact. A flat fact.
G'day there. Welcome to my channel, A Flat Fact. Waking up from the delusions, one by one. I'm going to point out some things I noticed in this classical video of Admiral Richard Byrd in his guest appearance on the Longines chronoscope in the 1950s. At the end of this video, you can decide if Byrd lied, was he delusional, or did he tell the truth, or was he given a dialogue by his superiors? The Longines chronoscope interview has been copied and pasted into many flat Earth videos. Some use it to show the possibility of more land beyond the Antarctica's South Pole, and some use it to show the possibility of an ice wall. Most researchers tend to focus on what Admiral Byrd says about the South Pole and ignore what he says about the North Pole, and also ignore the host's comments. Consider the time as the 1950s. The Second World War had ended several years before. The United States had been in lockdown under national security since the beginning of the war. Yet, here we have Admiral Richard Byrd on public television giving witness testimony of the North and the South Pole. And his testimony is absolutely contradictory to the science and geology of the 1950s, as well as it is today. Rear Admiral Richard Evelyn Byrd Jr. was born on October the 25th, 1888, and he passed on March the 11th, 1957. The Longines chronoscope aired on CBS television from 1951 to 1955. Therefore, Admiral Byrd was around 65 to 67 years old when he was interviewed in this archival clip. Richard Byrd died a few years after this interview. Byrd lays claim to the first flight ever to the North Pole in 1926. Whether he actually went there at all in 1926 is under debate. His claim being under debate means he may have lied once, and maybe lied under orders. It is a shame, since the camera had been invented, he did not take one with him on this historical North Pole voyage. Kind of similar to the guys who landed on the moon, not turning the camera around and taking a photograph of the Earth from the moon. I'm only going to dissect the first few minutes of the clip. Admiral Byrd is interviewed about his explorations to the North and South Pole and about his 1947 military operation to Antarctica, codename High Jump. Again, the statement Byrd makes about the North Pole are contrary to the science of the day. The statement Byrd makes about the South Pole assumes he has superpowers, as you will see. Let's listen to the first bit.
Is Admiral Richard E. Byrd. The North Pole used to be a no man's land, but these are the days when, by buying a ticket on a commercial airliner, you can fly across the North Pole and drink a cocktail at the same time. You know, only 60 or more years ago, about 35 years ago, our guest tonight found out whether there was any land north of the North American continent. He made that first discovery flight, and I must say that Admiral Byrd, our guest tonight, is not only our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans. Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. And not up around the North Pole, because it's getting crowded up there now, because they find out it's really usable, not only to live in, but militarily. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And it's, I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
That's a tremendous
So
challenge.
there's a lot of adventure left down at the bottom of the world.
Admiral, do you hope to see that?
I do.
So the host said, these are the days with the price of a plane ticket, you can drink a cocktail while flying over the North Pole. Then the host asked him, is there any land left unexplored on this earth? He answers yes, but with a but. But not up around the North Pole, because it's getting crowded up there now, because they find out it's really usable not only to live in, but militarily. Then, in the interview, Byrd quickly diverts attention to the South Pole. But, strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole for Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored. So there's still a lot of adventure left down at the bottom of the world. Yes, Mr. Byrd, a lot of adventure left down the bottom of the world, but no point going north. And he states an area as big as the United States that's never been seen. See why I suggested superpowers? He says it has never been seen. How could Byrd determine this unseen land is as big as the United States if no one has ever seen it? In summary, we have Byrd stating that the North Pole has people living there and the military is very interested. We have Byrd also stating that there is land beyond Antarctica that hasn't been seen. And on a globe model, the land on the other side of Antarctica is Australia. And I'm pretty sure Australia had been long discovered by the 1950s. The military is under a chain of command and secrecy. The information shared from the military is the information the military wants released, and they will use the media. If you've stopped believing in the global lie, do you really think you have enough evidence to formulate a rational belief as to where you actually live? Is the term, I believe, a term we should still be using? I decided for myself no. I chose now to use the term I think. Could plan A be a globe and plan B be a snow globe? The long con? The snow globe inserted into history 200 to 300 years ago? So in the 1950s on public television, as well as telling information about the North and South Pole that appears contrary, we have been talking about a secret military operation in the Antarctica codename Operation High Jump, which only took place some years before in 1947. Another military man that comes to mind is Captain James Cook. He is romanticised as an intrepid explorer. Cook was military and under orders from the Queen. Oh, let's not forget the secret or not so secret Operation Fishbowl in 1962. This was a series of high altitude nuclear tests or just bombing tests. A lot of secret military escapades that the public seem to know about. I'm sure with the amount of actual secrecy and no-go zones in the North Pole and Antarctica, there is much, much more information to be unveiled. People are sick of the lies and secrecy, and so much that is done now is just so obvious. Richard Byrd was an admiral, high-ranking, long-term military. I do not think his testimony in the Longines Chronoscope interview could be considered a flat fact, or much else that Byrd has written or spoken about via the media. So, what do you think? Do you think Byrd is a credible source? Did Byrd lie? Was he delusional? Or were his words spoken on public television under direct orders from his superiors? Or did Byrd tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thanks for listening. A flat fact. A flat fact.
Trillion, million, billion, trillion.
All right, let's go back to that one for just a second.
Trillion, million,
and if we look at, where here, now they believe it's a globe, right? Just like this. So anybody that gives Admiral Byrd, whose family is in on the JFK assassination, as I've shown at least 3 times. Not enough. I need to go over that more. But so this pole would be like a magnetic, and it'd have those lines of field of energy coming off of it. Imagine the pole, North Pole, South Pole. How is there land beyond a pole? Unless it extends out from the, to another pole as it makes like a cell dividing in the body when it pops out to another cell. But there can be no land beyond the pole when the pole is what's radiating from the power of the magnetic connection in that what they call a field from the north and south, as it has that viscosity movement of its waves. So if you are looking to Admiral Byrd for any type of hollow earth, extended land, more lands, you are trusting up the wrong tree. You're barking like a screen door in a submarine. So make like a tree and get out of here. I'm just kidding. That's fun.
trillion, million, billion, trillions of orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs, orbiting snowballs. A flat fact. A flat fact.
I'm human, and that's a flat fact. Hey there, welcome to my channel, A Flat Fact.
Hey, remember when I was making fun of Admiral Byrd? That was a blast.
There are some things we believe in or want to believe in, no matter how thin the evidence. Humans as a species are very trusting. We can be sweet and we can be very naive.
And we're not going to rehash what we talked about on the panel last week. We debated global warming. 2 of the people did not believe in it. Oh, no, 1 person didn't believe in it. 2 of them didn't believe in evolution.
The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it. You see, that's the. I'm just saying.
Very good.
I'm not sure what Neil deGrasse Tyson's idea of true or false is, and since much of science is deemed theoretical, meaning not a flat fact, I would consider theoretical a grey area between true and false. This guy, the media's astrophysicist on television, says, the good thing about science is true, whether or not you believe in it. Well, I'm going to show you a flat fact about the atom that you will know to be true. It is an undebunkable flat fact. Scientists are only human too. Everyone has been mind-washed, including Neil deGrasse Tyson. In this video, I will show you the link between the 1940s comic superhero called the Atom and the atom we have been taught. And this evidence may make you question what CERN is actually doing. You may question what is really going on in those buildings called nuclear power plants. You may question what is really being registered on a Geiger counter. And you may understand now why the term atomic weight has been changed to the term atomic mass. And I will show you what the periodic table looks like now. Before nuclear energy and nuclear bombs, there was atomic energy and atomic bombs. I was born in the 60s. In my lifetime, my family, my children, and all the humans, all life, has been under constant threat because of the atom. The word atom comes from atomus, which is Greek meaning indivisible or the indivisible piece, meaning the smallest thing there is. Our official history declares the atom was first theorized by Democritus in the official timeline of around 340 BC. Fast forward about 2,000 years and the science of the smallest thing ever, the atom. Scientists with official degrees have published copious amounts of documents and tests. Learned men write about nuclear fission, radioactive decay, neutrons, protons, gamma photons, quantum theory, quarks, etc., etc. If you don't know or remember, you can easily avail yourself to this information via the Earth-wide Internet Library. Our official history, that being published by what is considered authorized sources, tells us people said they split the atom and created fusion in 1938. People from the American military said they dropped an atomic bomb on Hiroshima in 1945 and another atomic bomb was dropped in the air over Nagasaki. Many people died that day, and most of the Japanese people who died probably didn't even know there was a governmental war going on. The media published photographs in newspapers. In April of 1986, the media reported there was a disaster at the nuclear power plant in Chernobyl located in the Ukraine, said to be the worst human-made disaster in history. In 2016, the media reported another nuclear disaster, this time at the Fukushima power plant in Japan. Now let's go back to just before the Second World War. In 1938, the German scientific community proved the Greek philosopher wrong by splitting the atom. Fission, the basis of the atomic bomb, was discovered in Germany under the Nazi Party less than a year before the beginning of the Second World War. The news spread of the atomic fission breakthrough surprisingly quick to the United States. The story goes many of the ex-German physicists, including Albert Einstein, were very concerned about the potential danger of this atomic breakthrough. Albert Einstein writes personally to President Franklin Roosevelt, calling his attention to the matter. Official history records that Roosevelt wrote Einstein back on October the 19th, 1939, informing him that he had set up a committee consisting.
This will be interesting because based on when she put out this film, I hadn't yet discovered and been announcing that the math of physics was wrong. And remember, the reason we're watching Flat Fact is that she's from Australia and she was on in the chat room while Ella was on with Tommy from Texas at 4:30 this morning, and she was telling them that she was the 80th subscriber to Flat Earth Nation. Back when I was Flat Earth Nation, and she was shouting it out, and Tommy, said, well, we'll look at it. And so that's what we're doing. And really, it does look like she mirrored, things I taught. She expounded on them very well. So as of January 23rd, 2018, we didn't realize how bad they faked the math and that they couldn't have made a atomic bomb. But this is wonderful research from Flat Fact.
Of civilian and military representatives to study uranium. Roosevelt's approval of uranium research in October 1939 was based on his belief under advice from Einstein, as Roosevelt was not a physicist or even a scientist. His belief, I quote, that the United States could not take the risk of allowing Hitler to achieve unilateral possession of extremely powerful bombs. This was merely the first decision among many that ultimately led to the establishment of the secret Manhattan Project. From October 1939, atomic research became a well-kept secret and a matter of national security. Interestingly, just a few months later, in early 1940, the fictional superhero, the Atom, first appeared in the All-Star Comics issue number 3, entitled The Atom, also known then as Al Pratt. On his chest, you can see the image of the atom structure we have all come to know. All-Star Comics, who later became the media giant DC Comics after the mergers, obviously did not hear that President Roosevelt had deemed atomics a matter of national security and secrecy. During this video, I've shown on screen many pictures of the atom. Now I will show you the link between the comic superhero the Atom and the atom from your science textbook. The picture on the left is the comic superhero, the Atom, and the picture on the right is the real atom. The image on the left is called a cartoon, as seen in small books called comics, that being a line drawing, in this case, coloured in. The image on the right is the atom, as seen and taught about in school, scientific and physics textbooks, encyclopedias, newspapers, and on television documentaries. The image on the right is also a cartoon, that being a line drawing, in this case also coloured in. You have never, ever, ever, ever seen an atom. You have never seen a photograph of a real atom or seen a real atom, but you assume that a scientist somewhere with a super expensive microscope must have seen an atom. No human has photographed or ever seen an atom. Flat fact number 1. In the realm of the real, every image of the atom that your grandparents, your parents, and you have ever seen are drawings, graphical representations of the theoretical and scientifically modelled atom. Flat fact number 2. The flat fact is, you cannot see anything smaller than the shortest wavelength of light you can see it with. The atom is smaller than the shortest wavelength of light we can see. It is visually invisible. Flat fact number 3. An atomic force microscope is not an optical visual microscope. It takes measurements of the wave data, and a program, programmed by a coder on a computer, maps out this waveform to a pretty image. In 2013, this image was presented in the media. It states it is a photograph of a hydrogen atom captured by a quantum microscope, which is a device capable of seeing into the quantum realm. This is not a photograph. This picture is a digital image. Stoll-Donner and his colleagues image the hydrogen atom's wave function by measuring an interference pattern on a 2D detector. A quantum microscope doesn't allow a human to see into the quantum realm. Again, it is measurements of wave data interpreted by a program on a computer turned into an image. Another way to visualize an atom is using light. When light from a hydrogen gas discharge tube is passed through,
there is much confusion concerning the many kinds of particles of matter, such as electrons, protons, photons, neutrons, and others. Particles are variously conditioned as to pressure, but there are no different kinds of particles. All light waves wound up into particles which are doubly charged. That looks like a laser up on the top there. Not quantum physics.
through a prism, the light is split into 4 visible lights. Every element has a unique emission spectrum, as shown by the examples here of helium and iron. If you are not up to date, the periodic table has changed a little. The term atomic weight is no longer used, and the new terminology is atomic mass. The periodic table looks quite different now with this new information. This picture, again a picture not real, is a visual representation of the light spectrum of the different elements. Classical physics theory was unable to explain this existence of atomic emission spectra, also called line emission spectra. It is fascinating. You can look that up. Stoll-Donner and his colleagues, and now many of their peers, believe now that the atomic emission light spectra was more proof of the quantized nature of light and has led to a new model of the atom based on quantum theory. Does that sound to you like the new model of quantum theory may be based on light? So this new model, again model not a flat fact, is now visualizing the element's atomic mass as a light spectrum. So do you think quantum computers will be based on an unseeable quantum particle?
No, but thank you for turning down the music.
Or maybe the reality is quantum computers will just use light. I'm sure you were taught the speed of light is a universal constant. Well, not too much research and you will find much bodging of figures.
Hey, did you see that D-Wave computer had a Q on it? I saw it.
Reality is quantum computers will just use light. I'm sure you were taught the speed of light is a universal...
Right there, man. It says 2000 Q. I like this nuclear hoax one. Watch out for the Q.
Constant. Well, not too much research and you will find much bodging of figures in the past decades with regard to the speed of light. Those scientists who were getting differing results thought it was their experiments that were faulty. Just a few years ago, scientists started to reconsider, and that from recent experiments, the speed of light may not be a constant. Look it up to verify. All those telecommunications...
Right. I've mentioned that many times, how Max Planck they use his equation and say it's a constant. But none of them are. Even the speed of sound isn't a constant because, well, speed travels faster in water. Our ether, the air that we breathe, is like water or something that birds fly around in. They look just like fish in lighter water. It's something. It's something. It's not a vacuum we're moving in. And you get more or less resistance. Yeah, it's around 720 miles an hour, but I mean, I karate chop faster than that all the time, and I don't hear any break in the sound wave barrier lightning strikes.
Made of fiber optics, light carrying information very fast through tubes. Sometime in the future, we might have quantum light computers if some clever person can work out how to keep them cold enough. As well as a few other things I've been programming for decades. I, like many other coders, have waited patiently for quantum computing. On the 12th of December 2017, Microsoft launched a preview of a new programming language for quantum computing called Q#. Microsoft also released a quantum simulator that developers can use to test and develop quantum algorithms. So yay, coders get to play with the quantum simulator. As quantum computers require cryogenic temperatures, and a cryogenic state is assumed at minus 150 degrees Celsius or minus 120 degrees Fahrenheit, a lot of power is required to keep it cold, a lot of power. I don't think the electricity bill will be affordable for most homes. As you've seen in this video, the atom image anyone has ever seen is a drawing or a graphical representation. It is an undebunkable flat fact. The atom is just one example of how drawings and graphical images have been presented to us as real evidence, theoretical models shown via the media to people as a flat fact. Now you've seen all the atom images are just drawings. Maybe you'd like to check out the drawings of the theoretical Earth's core? Perhaps the drawings depicting the theoretical continental drift? Perhaps the media published historical documents with words and drawings that have been presented to us as flat facts of our history? And maybe have a relook at those images of Earth from space. Thanks for listening. A flat fact.
My name is Stephen Bax, and I'm going to talk to you today about the Voynich manuscript, which is a fascinating 15th century manuscript. You can see some pictures of it here on the screen.
Well, I guess that was like when she just started making them. So that must have been all of her videos.
So now we're still in Spain. We're not going to get off Spain. We do want to do one more thing, and that is this myth of this Andalusian paradise. It's the cover, actually, it's the title of a book that was written in 2016 by Fernandez Morera, a Cuban-born associate professor at Northwestern University, where he takes this idea that Islam is benign, benevolent, and when it comes into a foreign culture, especially like a European culture like Spain, that it comes in as a benefactor, and the people welcome it with open arms. And their track record is so much better than anything the Christians have done. This has always been, I've always got this in the neck. Adnan Rashid, who is a friend of mine, I've debated him a number of times. He would always use this. In fact, he did his master's thesis. I don't know if he finished it. He was doing his master's thesis on this very area and on this very this narrative of a paradise that Islam has brought. And if it's a paradise in Spain, it can be repeated today in the 21st century, is the way they always look at it. So, Thomas, you're going to help us with this because you don't even know who Fernando Morera is. You've not read his book. It's a whole different area. You're going to bring it from the German standpoint, from the German scholars, and from your own studies. Tell us what really did happen in Spain. Was there a paradise there? Is this something that Muslims can support and defend, or is there another narrative that we need to know about?
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I thought it's really important to bring this up, because this myth is really still extremely prevalent. And I myself, I always assumed it to be true because you hear it everywhere, by not just by Muslims, but by like anyone. And that's also how I want to start today. I have a quote which comes from a paper by UNESCO. And I just want to read this real quick. So this is from a paper called The Routes of Al-Andalus, Spiritual Convergence and Intercultural Dialogue. And this is done by this panel of intercultural dialogue of the UNESCO. And they write, this was just not too long ago, within the last decade or so. They wrote, throughout the period of Islamic rule, Al-Andalus was a remarkable example of outstanding model of tolerance. It emerged at the time of the conquest, when the Muslim conquerors undertook to preserve the freedoms of their subjects, protect their fortunes and their property, respect their churches, and ensure their defense. It demonstrates in the clearest possible way the generosity of the conquerors' conduct and policy towards the vanquished in the age of the governors, which resulted in a perfectly harmonious cohabitation and a model of peaceful coexistence between the different races and religions. End quote. Now, anybody with the slightest bit of understanding of humanity, I'd say, will see immediately that this cannot possibly be true. This goes against all human experiences. That, like, a paradise like this can't even exist, let alone that it did exist in the Middle Ages. Now, what a lot of these proponents of this myth of the Andalusian paradise bring up, and as does this UNESCO paper, are Ibn Rushd and Ibn Maimun, or in the Spanish version, Averroes and Maimonides. These are always the poster children of this tolerant and
wow. You know, I don't want to make too much out of it, but did you see that when he said Andalou in his German accent, the closed caption translated it Honolulu, like Honolulu, Hawaii. And that, you know, just a little phonetic trick, but it made me think, you know, both of the are places that people go when they want to be like, I just want to go to paradise.
Perfectly open and philosophically inclined Al-Andalus. And I just want to go real quick over those two people. So first we have Ibn Rushd, or Averroes. He lived from 1126 to 1198. He was a physician, a jurist, and philosopher, and he's called father of European rationalism by many. He's famous in the West mostly for his commentary on Aristotle. But the thing is, while his books really were very popular in Christian Europe, they were burned in Al-Andalus. And he had to go in exile. His writings were banned. His legacy played no role in the Islamic world whatsoever, let alone in Al-Andalus. And his work was only preserved by Jewish and Christian scholars in Europe because they valued his work. So to bring him as an example of this open culture is really, it proves the opposite. I mean, it proves, yes, there was this guy, he did write an important commentary on Aristotle, which was very, very popular in Europe. But immediately he was ostracized for it. So not a great start. So the second one in our list here, Ibn Maimun. He was a Jewish philosopher, astronomer, and physician. He's one of the foremost rabbinical decisors and philosophers in Jewish history. And again, he had to go in exile. He had to pretend to convert to Islam and was then almost killed for apostasy because the situation in Spain was so bad that he couldn't live there. He then moved to, eventually came to Egypt, where he could live then under or within the Islamic or under Islamic rule, but not in Spain, because Spain was not tolerant enough to tolerate somebody like him. And this persecution of these philosophers was by no means the exception in Muslim Spain. That was the rule. And to underline this, I brought some again some quotes. So first of all, while it's true that there was a brief golden era, maybe a few decades under Caliph Yusuf ibn Tashfin at the end of the 11th century, so a very, very brief period, which was actually the time of Averroes and Maimonides. This was a historic outlier, and it did not leave any marks on Andalusian culture. This was, a few decades max, and then again, then the books were burned, and they were had to leave the country and had to be exiled. Now, the first one was actually tackled this myth that I'm aware of is Ignaz Goldziher. So this myth is actually pretty old, as you can see, because he wrote in 1877 that he wrote a long text called "The Spanish Arabs and Islam." And what he does in the text is he distinguishes between Eastern and Western Islam. And he said that in the East, the Abbasids, they were actually patrons of science and started a program to translate Greek scientific texts into Arabic. Whereas in Spain, philosophy was always seen as exotic at best and persecuted at worst. And now I want to quote him real quick. He said, "We are entitled to state that it was the tendency of Eastern Islam in its religious and social institutions to allow the freedom of the mind to prevail beside tradition, whereas the Spanish and Maghribi Arabs, the system, with the Spanish and Maghribi Arabs, the system of religious and social life excluded, at least theoretically, free thinking and allowed no constitutive element beside tradition to prevail or to even exert effective influence." And now I want to again remind people that what we talked about in previous videos, that this Islamic Golden Age in the East, that's mainly a Persian enterprise, and that's what we can see here. That's this sort of this tradition of the East that was the Persian influence, which was open to scientific endeavors. But further in the West, so Northern Africa and Spain, this wasn't the case at all. And even other like Muslim historians, they saw it the same way. So at another quote here, this is from Al-Markari. He lived from 1577 to 1632, and he was a Muslim historian of Al-Andalus. And he wrote, "Philosophy is a science hated in Spain, which can be studied only in secrecy, just as works on it can be kept only in secrecy. The Andalusians industriously and successfully pursue all the branches of science, except natural philosophy and astronomy." So basically, other branches of science back then, that would have been medicine and mathematics potentially, but I think that's pretty much it, right? So no natural philosophy, no astronomy. No. Although these two disciplines were studiously patronized by the upper classes, the scholars did not dare to expose them overtly for fear of the multitude. Had anyone been reputed to deliver lectures on philosophy or to study astronomy, the multitude would have instantly branded him indelibly as an infidel. He ran the risk of being beaten in the streets and having his house set on fire. Perhaps the Sultan himself, in order to gain popular favor, would have condemned the poor philosopher to death or ordered his book on philosophy to be burned. So that's what the Muslim historian of the 16th and 17th century wrote about Al-Andalus. And what we can see there in Al-Andalus is that the particularly rigid Maliki school of jurisprudence was dominant, which has a fixation on tradition and law, and there's no room for free thought whatsoever. Study of the books of jurisprudence was even more important than the study of the Quran or the Hadith. So yeah, I mean, there goes this this fantasy of the paradise of Al-Andalus. It was the exact opposite. It was a dystopia, if you will, like no room for anything outside of tradition and law. And that we come to the end for this presentation. So in summary, what we can say is that looking at the Spanish conquest, the conquest of Spain by Berbers and Arabs started out as Visigoth civil war. The invaders were anti-Trinitarian Christians. The Spanish Christians don't mention any new religion for more than a century. Church sources only mention a rise in anti-Trinitarian beliefs. This anti-Trinitarian Christianity tips over into Islam more suddenly than in the East, and Al-Andalus was not the free-thinking utopia, it was rather the opposite.
Mm-hmm. So just as you've been going through that summary, it's a summary that is material that is new for many of us. We've known about the Andalusian problems with Morera's book that came out in 2016. Goldziher back in the 1920s is much, much earlier, and it's, the German schools seem to know about this before those of us here in the West. Interestingly, Morera is Spanish speaking himself, and that's why he went back to the original Spanish documents, and he went right back and went to the very documents that gave the whole historical context and showed that when the Muslims came to Spain, they did not, there was no such thing as benevolence. They actually, in many cases, there's case after case where they had all the people in a town and village go into the church, they would lock the church, and then they would burn down the church with everybody inside. And you can see the persecution and just the despotism that went through Andalusia by the Muslims is completely opposite than that UNESCO report that you have. Why? Let me just ask. I mean, before we get into this whole thing with Andalusia and what this myth that has been perpetuated, you're bringing into context a whole different timeline than what we're used to. You're showing that Islam in the West took much longer. You're proving that if you look and see what was happening on the ground, if you look at letters of the bishops, if you look and see what the writing is that took place in that time by those people, they're giving us a different timeline, a much longer timeline, a much slower timeline of Islam actually being penetrated, and that there was an antecedent of anti-Trinitarianism that was there with the Visigoths, that was there with the Ibadis, bring it over and actually introduce it and influence the Berbers, and then the Umayyads who then take advantage of that and move right in and take over then Spain, because the anti-Trinitarian was already there in place. It made for an easy way to take over the power at that time. But this did not happen at all in the 7th century between 622 and 661 that we've always been taught. This happened right up until 850, up until Rahman II really was the one that introduced it in a big way as an authoritarian environment. So that's a whole different timeline, a whole different context. By looking and seeing that the standard Islamic narrative is hopeless, even on something as important as this. I hope people are realizing that we've got to throw the standard Islamic narrative out. And we've got to do what you've done, Thomas, what the Germans have been doing, and that is going back and reading what the documents on the ground.
You know, I think that, let's see, I think 5 hours and 25 minutes. It's time for me to just close it by saying we have to throw out the standard Islamic narrative and the standard Christian narrative. And we have a really good timeline that I think is the best timeline in the world. The Mudflood was Armageddon. They added 1,000 years and all this other stuff. However, people in their world want to work in Tartaria. the buildings. And of all the videos I might show tomorrow, and just make one for Static in the Attic, is just show him that one on the cameras, the one on those glass plate megapixel things. I mean, that's just amazing. They had cameras that blew that P920 away or whatever they got going there. So thank you all so much. Please find something good to watch, get some sleep. And oh my goodness, it's 11:30 all. It's also a flat earth nation, and Mudflood was Armageddon. I'm glad there was someplace you could go on a Sunday to get some good education. What a privilege and an honor. Amen. Hallelujah. Aho.